When I was young, probably 5 or 6, my family went camping. At the tippy top of the mountain, you really couldn't get any higher on said mountain. There was a lake that we were camping next to, so of course my family was fishing, so my mum and dad and uncle and I went to the shore to try and get some fish. Across the shore, on the other side of the small lake, my dad notices a massive brown/black humanoid figure just standing still and facing right at us. It had to be about 8+ feet tall, maybe even taller since it was so far away. So like any human naturally would, my dad starts yelling at it, since he had thought that it was a prank of some sort. I don't remember what my dad said, but I remembered the sound of the creature coming back. It wasn't anything we understood, it made kind of an unintelligible screech. It did somehow sound like it knew what it was saying, if that made sense, like he was saying something to us in only his own language. We are really confused and staring at this point. My grandparents and big brother has joined us now. I remembered my parents were attempting to recreate the screeches he was saying, and he would respond. This went on for a couple of minutes. The creature then took off, and I mean took off. Mind you, the entire time he was on 2 feet, much like a human. He turned and starts running towards the forest and was out of sight in seconds. He had been running at like 30 miles per hour. My brother, grandpa and dog tried chasing it and went to where they saw him, but he left. They did find a huge lump of black hair that was stuck in the barbed wire, although I'm not certain it come from the same creature. Tell me why we didn't leave. We spent the night still in our tents. It's very windy, and I don't think anyone's able to sleep. I think about it from time to time, but it honestly is rare for any kind of encounter of that nature in Utah. I've seen UFOs, my siblings have seen what they think are skinwalkers, but that thing was different. So, this happened about 8 years ago now. I'm putting the words to paper to speak on behalf of my brother who was there that night. Now my brother and his friends were walking back home through the woods. They all heard the snap of a branch. When they turned around to see who it is, they could see the silhouette of a person on the top of the hill about 100 meters away from where they just walked down. They watched as it quickly tried to hide behind a tree. My brother and his friends all ask each other if they've just seen that, to which they all reply yeah. As they all continue to stare, my brother's eye finally manages to focus within the difficult lighting as it was nighttime and dark. He describes that he can see a head peeking from behind the tree, but in an unusual way. It seemed to be tall, and the motion of the head moving was different. This is when it gets terrifying. Things step out now for worse, and something comes from the top of the hill, almost as if it decides that I've been seen and I need to do something type of attitude, almost like fight or flight. My brother said that this is when the overwhelming fear kicks in because they could see the build of that thing and it's not a person. He described it as being tall, skinny waist, lanky long arms and having your typical alien shaped head. And now, to make things worse, the thing steps down and charges down the hill into the surrounding by the trees where my brother and his friends are. He also said that the pace of the creature was definitely not human because of how quickly it gained ground. So obviously, my brother and his friends turn trail and start running for what feels like their lives. He did not want to turn around, and he looked like he was completely focused on getting away. My brother said, as they're running, they could hear it stumble now and again. They could also hear footsteps somewhat gaining on them at a pretty good pace. As they approach a village, they come to the end of the field where a street lamp glows onto the edge of the field. He said once they're into the light, the creature comes to an abrupt stop, as if scared by the light or to not be entirely revealed. My brother and his friends keep running until they get home. I asked my brother about the incident and he still expresses how scary it is. Now, my brother and I love wild camping, and one day we were going to camping and we suddenly began talking about the night. We ended up not going camping because we creeped each other out so badly. I'm ex-military, so I've done my fair share of sleeping and camping in the woods. I mean, that's how scary it is. And the level of detail and fear in my brother's voice let me know how real it was and how terrifying what actually happened is. Now firstly, I will state that I've never been interested in aliens or UFOs. I've honestly always been pretty scared of the whole thing. I remembered seeing signs when I was like 12, and it literally terrified me for weeks. But I thought of this stuff, this phenomena, as science fiction until I experienced something that I presume most of you won't be able to believe, and that's fine. I'm posting my story here because I haven't talked to anybody about it at all and feel the need to get it out there. 3 months ago, I was camping with a friend in a very remote part of Northern California in a massive wilderness. Now, I've been camping all my life and spent lots of my free time hiking, rock climbing and hunting, etc. Now, a buddy of mine that also enjoys the outdoors wanted us to head up to the Sierras for a weekend and said can I accompany him. It was our second night and we were sitting by a fire setting up. We weren't staying at the campsite. We had hiked about 10 miles from our cars up to a clearing with a beautiful view, which he stayed at once before. It's around 10 PM. We ate some food and were checking the stars. He was tired and went to sleep in his tent. I wanted to stay up for a while, and about 45 minutes after he went to bed, I saw this object coming up from the valley below. It was a basic flying saucer shape with multiple circular lights rotating around the edges that changed colour over and over. I was shocked, honestly. I watched it for maybe 15 seconds and then decided that I had to wake him up so he could see it and wouldn't think I was crazy. I stood there and looked back up towards it, but the thing was gone. I called out his name, and that's when everything got really messed up. I didn't hear my own voice when calling. Everything goes silent. I could move my eyes around, but not my body. I remembered seeing the fire had completely frozen, and everything almost looks like it's in a picture, like time had stopped or something. There was a flash of light, and then I blacked out. I woke up later, just as the sun was starting to rise. I'm now outside laying in the dirt shivering next to the fire that's long gone. I felt like I'd been drugged and was totally in a haze. I really sluggishly yelled out his name a couple of times and he come out of the tent. He's very confused. Now, I try and explain what happened, but my memory was really foggy and I couldn't articulate it. We left within 30 minutes. I was totally silent on the car ride back, falling in and out of sleep for about 7 hours. Eventually he drops me off at home and I pass out for basically the whole day. A few weeks later, I was messing around with the amp and heard this static sound, and somehow it triggered my memory and I remembered everything. When I come back into consciousness, I was suspended laterally in this circular mechanism in a position very similar to Da Vinci's Windchime man. These clear glass-like shackle-type restraints are holding me there. I was completely nude, and standing above me were 3 of your typical greys. They're around 4 feet tall and wearing white kind of suits. 2 were standing there observing, and 2 are extracting blood from my veins, under my armpit with this weird looking syringe. Although they didn't show any real reaction, I could tell they're surprised I'm awake. I couldn't move at all except for my eyes and lips. I was terrified, in sort of fight or flight mode, my heart pounding like an influx of adrenaline. I can't even begin to tell you how scared I felt. I was in total rage now though. I want to kill them. I wanted to rip out the device and destroy them. My brain went totally primal, just my animal instincts, and I could tell that they could sense my anger because they stepped away. I'm 6'3" and about 185 pounds, and I was hoping that I was looking threatening to them. Now, they appear almost harmless though. Two of them disappear from my view and presumably left the room. The other one was just staring at the void of any emotion. I so badly wanted to shut my eyes and force myself to sleep, but I wasn't able to. I was trying not to blink. Then two greys came back, and now they weren't alone. Honestly, I couldn't believe my eyes. Standing behind them were two very tall, human-looking beings, a male and female. Now, the males have dark blue eyes, and the females have violet. I suppose that those in the UFO community refer to them as Nordics. It was quite bizarre to me. My family descends from Sweden, and I'm quite Nordic looking with blonde hair and blue eyes. I know this is cliche, but I heard a feminine voice in my mind. For some reason, I couldn't understand what she was telling me, although it was something like, "Be calm, you're not in danger." I relaxed and asked her what she wanted me to do and what was going to happen. Apparently they were checking up on me. I practically black out after hearing that. I asked her what she meant. She said that they saved me from when I first come in the beginning. Now I knew what that meant. I was born 2 months premature, and my mum was unwell in labour, and we had fevers of 104. The strange thing is, the doctors had no idea what was wrong with us. I was given 2 spinal taps and my mother 3. I spent 4 nights in the ICU housing unit thing. There was a decent chance I wouldn't make it. Then one day I make a full recovery. The doctors were very worried the whole time that I might have permanent damage to my body and brain, but I was fine totally. I asked her why did she save me. I heard a male voice stating that this is a conversation for later. I say, "Are you human?" and he said no. I was confused considering that they look quite human. I asked him if they had come from here and he said yeah. Apparently they come from 200,000 years ago and created mankind by combining their DNA with that of our primitive ancestors. I wanted to know why they looked especially similar to me more than other humans. He stated that males of their kind found female humans attractive and apparently mated with them, and directly passed on their physical features to Nordic people. I want to know more, but they declined and said that it's time for me to go back. I black out immediately and wake up by a campfire which is put out. Now I know it sounds very ridiculous and impossible, but it happened to me. I don't know what to do. I've been completely lost since the encounter, but I feel better by sharing my story. Now I've struggled with my story for years, mostly because I couldn't believe what I saw. I never get too superstitious, but I'd be lying if I said that I'd never had any encounters with unexplainable things, and this one tops the list. I know people don't believe me, but my god, I'm being honest. I was camping with my Boy Scout troop in Alpine, New Jersey when I was in the 8th grade. I stepped out of the cabin in the middle of the night to go to the toilet and do my business. I stepped outside for a second, taking in the cabin site. I was standing by a picnic table and glanced around. The moon was so bright that it made the sky look blue rather than dark, and there was a light fog ominously casting along the campsite. I then heard a rustling in some bushes and didn't react much at first, but it continued and got louder. Slowly, I moved my flashlight along until I get to the source of the sound as it got louder and louder. I looked over and I see this absolutely gigantic thing standing on its hind legs. He was tall and had a muscular body with fur that looks to be dark grey. He had the head of a wolf and dog, only thicker, and the weirdest part, yellow eyes. I stare at him and he stares back. He then just vanishes, ran away faster than I ever thought was possible. I was so bewildered that I blacked out for a minute and had to sit down, but when I went back to the cabin and tried to get asleep, I then realised that I'm really struggling to block it out of my mind until eventually it becomes a repressed memory. but I eventually find it resurfacing after watching an episode of Monster Quest about werewolves. This doesn't really bother me. Truthfully, I actually think it is pretty cool, almost like seeing something from a perfect horror movie. The funny thing is, I didn't feel like this thing didn't want me to see it or anything. It's as though we looked at each other and silently agreed to say nothing, to leave each other alone, and then act like nothing has happened. I personally don't buy into the transformation stuff with the moon, but maybe this is some kind of weird species that we don't know about. I don't know. Before I went to college, I befriended a professor of mathematics. He was one of the most intelligent, eloquent, and articulate people that I've ever known. A remarkable family man who married in his 20s with a daughter and a son. He never drank or smoked or used drugs, never permitted himself to curse or raise his voice or become agitated or aggressive. Even in disagreements, he's always in control, always punctual and on time, always organized and very disciplined. He wore clothing that would not make him look out of place for the 20th century and acted like a true gentleman. I'm just telling you what kind of person he was basically, so not a junkie or crazy person. Now, I had the pleasure of taking advanced algebra, Celsius 1, 2 and differential equations with him. Anyway, we had this STEM club room in the maths department where students would hang out and study and chat together. And sometimes our professor would join us and help for tutoring, homework or exam study, and just discusses other various unrelated topics. Once he tells us a story about what happened in the woods. This happened in the 90s when he was a teenager. He lives in Quincy, CA during that time. He had a hobby of driving his dad's old beat-up truck all over the Sierra Nevada mountains just for exploring and also hunting animals and gathering wild berries. He liked following old mining roads and seeing where they led. One such time, he was looking for berries to pick. It was getting late and the sun had set, so he was driving down this narrow road when there's an obstruction. He saw what appeared to be a stretched out giant plastic bag across the road. He thought that it might have been construction work or something and drove up to see what that is. He stops his vehicle within 40 feet of it and realizes that it's not a plastic bag. It was some kind of screen or curtain, a two-dimensional flat shape stretching over the road. Perpendicular to it, it was rectangular shape, with the width of the road about 1.5 meters in height, and he saw that it was somewhat translucent, kind of like a hologram. It was semi-transparent, because when my professor shined a flashlight through the rectangle, the light penetrated it, illuminating the road past it, but just barely, like light only went a foot or two beyond that screen. It was just standing or floating there, and yet it was not attached to anything. It held its own weight, but it was like weightless at the same time. Its surface was waving and rippling. My professor got out of the car to investigate the strange floating rectangle. He went right up to it. As he did, it was like emitting a vibration or low humming, which he can feel in his bones. There was an effect, actually, that was closer to the rectangle. The strongness of the vibration was actually having an effect on objects around it. As he got closer, he saw that the hair on his arms was standing up, like there was some kind of energy in the air. There were dense trees on each side of the road, so he couldn't go around this rectangle in the middle of the road. He went up to the trees and broke off a branch, and then poked the branch into this rectangle, and he saw subtle ripples going up and down through the rectangle from the place where he touches the surface. And he stuck the stick all the way into the rectangle and there was no resistance, but it didn't see the stick going through the other side of the rectangle. It basically disappears or becomes invisible. Then he pulled it over, and the stick was unchanged, not burnt or deformed. Not knowing what the rectangle was, he went back to his car and continually looked at the rectangle. He didn't want to risk driving through the rectangle, so put his car in reverse until the road became wide enough to turn around. To this day, he doesn't know what it was. It looked like a two-dimensional shape, like a semi-transparent rectangle stretched out across the road, perpendicular to the surface of the road. He didn't even know how it was possible for a two-dimensional shape to be floating in that way, but he saw it with his own eyes. I don't know if he ever went out there to find out, but he didn't elaborate. He didn't even say that he knew exactly what it was, that it was just something crazy that he couldn't explain. Now my family was out with some of their friends. They had a camper. We had a real big tent. It was a biggish site that we were at with a couple of large trails that came through to the end of the road. We were set up in a little alcove in the bushes on one side, and the camper van is parked on the other, so anybody walking those trails would walk between us. We spent the day having a good time riding some dirt bikes and then all headed to our respective sleeping areas, but I, as usual, have a hard time falling asleep. At around 2 AM, according to my phone, I look out the slightly see-through mesh of the tent and saw a branch or something across the trail from me illuminated. I spent a long time trying to figure out what it was, but the light never moved. The next thing I know for sure happened, and the footsteps. Slow ponderous steps over the gravel road, and then walking around the perimeter of our tent, repeatedly. I just thought it was an inquisitive animal, but grew unnerved as the steps continued. The branch out of my little window was lit up. I started to drift off slightly, but was woken when I noticed that the steps had stopped, and the branch was no longer visible, but something worse was happening. Now, a few feet outside my mesh window, I could see a crouched motionless figure. It kind of reminds me of one of the Hetrics from Outcast 2. Now a nude figure with branches around its head. I couldn't tell which way it was facing, and my night vision hadn't ever been the greatest, so I couldn't really see too well. Now at some point the figure is gone, and I was able to branch it again. Now the next morning all seems like normal. The first thing I did was look around for the source of the footsteps, but there was no gravel or packed dirt, which was weird. Eventually though, over breakfast, we discussed with everybody what had happened and about apparently seeing somebody. Allegedly others had seen this too. Apparently a single person or thing was walking from the trail at around 2:30ish with a flashlight. It wasn't any of us. Any other person would have had to walk miles to get to us. We decided it was someone crazy, but ultimately we don't know, and it really makes my skin crawl. I was camping at Heart Mountain Hot Springs at 6:45 AM. I was leaving my campsite, but I thought to use the nearest bathroom. The campsite sits above the field overlooking the road that runs west to other campsites, a field, creek, and 3 hot spring pools. As I walked out of my sight, I looked across the field and saw an animal. It was about 200 feet away. I think it's a wild horse, but there are no wild horses in the Heart Mountain National Antelope Ridge. This animal's body was facing me south, with its head turned slightly to its left. I thought it was a horse because it had a black mane of hair and its body was brown and shiny. It appeared to be the size of a yearling at first. I say first because later I saw a human man almost in the same place, and I believe the creature was 7 to 8 feet tall. It turned its head directly towards me, then it turned its body leftwards, which is east, and walked across the parking lot to the bridge across the creek, and I lose sight of it in the trees. It was bipedal. It did not move quietly. Now it moves very quickly though, going side to side, swinging. I later looked for footprints. The ground was too hardened to find any. I don't know what it was. My grandfather was a park service ranger, and he would always tell me these stories. Apparently, on the plot of land that he owned, there was some kind of weird figure that would appear every so often. Now, you couldn't ask him exactly what it was and get necessarily a clear answer, because it would change from time to time. He basically wasn't sure exactly what it was, and each time he would describe it different, usually using the different emotions of which he felt while spotting it. Exactly the same thing would happen with my grandma. Sometimes it was like this thing was angry, sometimes it was like it was hurting, sometimes it was like it was lonely, and sometimes it was like it was lost. But one thing was sure, they always reported seeing it, and it actually gone back to their parents and grandparents. Now apparently there was some kind of ancient burial site upon this land, and I didn't know about it until I got older. But allegedly there have been multiple sightings of something tall, skeletal in appearance, which apparently would roam the land randomly. The first time of which it was sighted was near the small river and the lake that's on the back of their property. Apparently, it was seen virtually hovering across the water by my great-grandpa. Apparently he was hunting one day and stopped for a while to rest by it when he saw this thing. Apparently it scared him so much that he actually tried to fire shots at it. He said either he had the worst aim in the world that day, or that thing was some kind of spirit and the shots were going through it. He didn't know. He was so scared that he actually left his gun there. It was out of ammo by that point, but he wanted to get away as quick as possible and not necessarily carry any dead weight whatsoever. The next time it was spotted was by his wife a few years later. Apparently she was out trying to pick wild berries on their property one day when she could see a skeletal head staring at her from behind a tree. At first she thought it was some kind of animal that had died there many years ago and they hadn't realised, but then she said the thing moved. So weird sightings actually come from their guests too, and not only them. Even all the way up to my grandpa. Apparently my grandpa first realised it was there when he was there during one Christmas. And apparently he was out playing with some of the other kids and he noticed a strange gown. He said this time it was red in colour, which was weird because usually it appears as black. At first he thought it was a tree, or at least the stump of a tree, of which was different colour to the rest of the woods, until he realised it was moving and he can see a face. The way that he describes it, now God bless him, he doesn't have much knowledge of Star Wars, but he said it looked like one of the characters with 4 lightsabers. I can't remember the specific name, but you know the one when it's got its hood up, but if it was red. From the sounds of that story, I was pretty creeped out by my grandpa, but then he says there was more. Apparently, there was another time that he was playing with his friends, and he actually saw multiple of this thing. Weirdly, apparently it also had glowing orange eyes. That's how he noticed there was more than one. He can't say for absolute certain because it was quite dark at this time, but he's pretty convinced it was, and they weren't isolated incidents. Now, I actually spent a lot of time out of there. I ended up spending quite a lot of time to just get away from my parents. At least that's what I think they were doing. My grandparents had a lot of time to look after me, so I was often there. My memory of my grandparents was absolutely loving. Like, I honestly couldn't have asked for better grandparents who were more loving or caring. It's something I don't think I really appreciated so much when I was young, actually, because they were kind of always there. So it's something that I kind of got a better appreciation for and grasp as when they weren't here, which I always regretted. But anyway, so I remember taking some walks there during the summertime when I was a bit younger. I've grown up with these stories pretty much all my life, so probably about 8 or 9 out of 10 times that I'd actually go out there, I was half expecting to have some kind of horrifying encounter. Though it never really happened. I actually went out there multiple times with an overactive imagination, really wishing that something would happen to me. The stupidest thing I ever did was I actually called for it a few times. Now, I don't know why I actually did this, but again, nothing would happen. I remembered one specific day though when I was out there seemed to be some kind of haze up ahead. It was almost like there was a big filter and there was some kind of fog which wasn't there before suddenly over part of the scenery. I do think to myself that this is particularly weird. It's something I haven't seen before and my young mind can't comprehend it. I had a really weird feeling too, and strangely there was some kind of static in the air which was making the fibres on my jumper stand up and also the hair on my arms and the hair on my head. I looked up scared there was going to be a lightning strike. I've been told about them before. This was before you had the videos to watch on the internet, but I was aware of it. I think maybe they told me in school about it one day, but I digress. I did look up and there was no rain clouds whatsoever. So I think this is specifically weird. It's almost like I'd walked into some kind of electrical storm, of which there was no storm, just the electrical aspects of it. So this was a deeply weird moment. I kind of felt uncomfortable. I've looked up the feeling later on in life and it's similar to what those experience when they're in the vicinity of infrasound. Just a deep unhappiness and feeling that something is off, where your mind and body can't comprehend what's happening. I remembered walking around for a while. I kind of wanted to see the Reaper thing. Every time I said the word Reaper, my grandpa would say, no, that's not it, no. But that's how I described it, and that's how it sounded. So yeah, I was looking for this thing constantly, but nothing would happen, so I headed back. I think this was really odd. I remembered when I got home, my grandparents asked what was wrong with my hair, and I said, I don't know, some kind of storm. They both looked at each other and my grandpa laughed. He knew there wasn't a storm. It was really nice and sunny outside. He thought I was just messing around or something, or had wore one of his hats and not said. He actually brought this up and I said, no, I'm serious. That's what it was. He then laughs and we got about our day. I constantly pester him though to learn more and more about the Reaper. He tells me not to call it that. He describes it as an entity, but I continue with my term. I say, how do you feel when it's there? What happens? He says, I don't know, you just kind of feel off, almost like you're being hunted, and you'll know when that thing is there. You feel like you're being watched. I've had it times where I could look up between two trees and there was something staring at me through them. As I locked eyes, my vision would go blurry and there it would be, that horrible skeleton looking thing. Apparently too, sometimes it would appear with more of a horse head, which actually sounded more scary to me. Whenever you actually got to where it was before, there was also a bad smell allegedly. The thing that I wasn't too scared about though is that apparently it never actually harmed anyone or anything. Well, at least that's what I thought. Apparently, they had a pet dog there before which everybody loved. It was a really nice Labrador and it would roam the land freely. However, one night the dog didn't come back and they start to panic a little bit. They think, oh god, what if this dog has actually gone into the river and drowned? Then one of the neighbours actually reported seeing something by it, and the description sounded like our dog or an animal very similar to it. So worried, we decide to head over and see what's wrong, my grandfather says. When they get there, they can only describe a scene out of a horror film. Apparently the dog was there, but it was entirely drained of blood, and there were some bite marks near its neck. I don't know what kind of creature could have possibly done that. I just knew that it was one that I did absolutely not want to encounter now or at any point in the future. So what did you do, Grandpa? I buried it, very deep in the ground. He said weirdly though, no flowers seemed to grow around there, or plants, or anything, not even moss. I now feel a little more unsettled and I start to sweat a little bit as I'm uncomfortable in my chair. I actually felt quite stressed out by hearing that. I can see by the look in my grandpa's face that he wishes that he didn't tell me that, and I was probably too young to hear it. He says, "Now son, listen to me. Don't be scared to go out of there. Haven't seen it for years. It could have been anything. I mean, that was kind of a back in my day thing. Now you're probably safe out there." Yeah, great, I thought. I could not stop thinking about this thing. The problem was too, like I said, this is back in the day when that you can only really research things through libraries or actually seeing them and experiencing things. But again, I'm not going to go to the library. And why not explore? For a couple of weeks I actually refused to go out through the forest, but eventually the curiosity and inquisitive part of me took over, so I head out once more. I'm going down a trail and walking down quite a steep incline. My grandpa was supposed to repair stairs here, but he hasn't. Well, kind of more like board decking, but it's quite annoying really. I eventually make it down and I get my white shoes very dirty. I'm just going to wash them off in the lake later on though, I think. Now, as I continue down doing my exploring, I'm pretty convinced nothing is going to happen when I see something odd. I can see a hand moving behind a tree. It's a very white hand too at that. It almost looked impossibly white. Then the clouds move behind the sun and I can see that it's kind of like a dark yellow colour. That's odd. It looks extremely skinny. I thought maybe it was some kind of animal. It kind of looked more like a chicken leg, I guess, than anything, but I didn't dare get closer to it as I saw one of the thumbs moving. I'm now not sure if what I was looking at was some kind of caterpillar or something similar to that, as I'd start to make my slow retreat to get away from it. I think it's weird. Just as this happens, that weird static starts to pick up in the air again and I can taste a metallic thing in my mouth. I don't know what it is, but I have a cold sweat now, and I quickly head back to my grandpa's. I decided not to say what had happened because I wasn't likely to be allowed out again if I said that I've gone off exploring on my own without telling anyone. My excuse for going out there was something much different, so I knew it wouldn't necessarily sit well if they'd found out what had actually happened. So now, I just go to bed. But I can't stop thinking of it. There was just something odd about it. I had no idea what I'd seen at that time, and that part of me was eating me up. So I decided to do another adventure. Now this is the following day. I go to the exact spot where the hand is, and while I'm walking there, I can't get the possibilities out of my head. I wish I had somebody else there with me to go exploring with, but I think my grandpa's going to be annoyed if I tell him. He was also doing some work on the cars now. He'd actually made me promise him before that I wouldn't go out there too far on my own, and I made a promise and I wasn't going to break that because it would upset him. I was being brave though. I was just hoping I wouldn't end up like the dog. Now I make it to the exact tree where I saw the hand, and weirdly, some of the ground below it seems to have died. It's almost like you've got all these perfectly healthy trees everywhere, but suddenly, on this specific one, just where the hand was, it seems like it's just dead, like loose bark, and also the ground doesn't have any plants which seem to be surviving. I do check a couple of times to make sure that this is actually the exact same tree, and it turns out that it is, which again is super weird for me. I'm not sure what to think of it. I decide to explore further and further. Now I do this for quite a long time, because eventually the sun starts to set, and I now realise that it's time for me to get back. That's when I noticed something strange that I didn't before. There's some kind of pile of sticks in the ground that wasn't there before. I initially thought it was my grandpa making some kind of bonfire or something, so I'm actually more confident and happy in this moment. I'm expecting to see him and to go and say hello to him, and to have a little explore around together. Well, I get closer and closer and I realise that something is quite odd actually. It seems like this little pile is not sticks, they're bones. Now I don't know where these bones could have possibly come from. I go to pick one up, but I'm froze there for a second. Something just felt odd, and I have that strange feeling coming over me again. Like something is odd, and something bad might be about to happen. Now it sounds very similar to what my grandpa described, with the feelings of everything, and I noticed this is strange. The pile was probably about 2 feet tall, and I thought that was extremely weird. I then head back. I don't get too far back when I hear some kind of language spoke. I thought maybe it was somebody from a foreign place, but it sounds different. It's almost like very loud deep sounds in a quick succession which then stop, and some kind of growling type sound. I'm froze there trying to see where this is coming from, and I just cannot find it. Now, I decide to turn away from this. I don't want to scare myself. It's getting dark and I'm not far away from getting in trouble with my grandpa and my grandma and my parents, and I don't want to have to suffer the consequences of that. So I continue bounding along until I'm halfway back. I don't hear the sounds again, but I think this is rather odd. Then, as I'm halfway back, I see something from behind a tree, which I can't describe. Somebody steps out, who I'd have to describe as about 7 feet tall, wearing a very flowing gown. And I look up, and I can see dark holes where eyes are supposed to be, and I see the face of a skeleton, and something animated moving around with it. It's not moving normally. It's kind of dancing, zigzagging from side to side, almost like it's glitching for a second. I say, huh? I say grandpa, thinking that it's him somehow, but it isn't. I look around and everything seems so dark, and it sounds like a storm's about to pick up. I'm froze there for a while, as this thing seems to slowly edge towards me. It's very hard to tell what direction that it's actually going in, because it kind of moves backwards before it goes forward. I decide to walk further down. I'm actually closer to home this way to see if this thing's following me, and it seems to. I was honestly awestruck by this. I didn't immediately connect the dots of what I was seeing to what my grandpa had described before and other members of my family, but I moved down a bit further now. This thing was moving extremely slow. I mean, probably like quarter of my walking speed. For a good 5 or 10 minutes, I kept changing directions to see if this thing would stop following me, but it wasn't. It was getting closer and I didn't realise it at first, until I can see more and more detail. This thing looked just like the Reaper, just as I thought, and now the cards all fell on me at once. I scream and start running, and just like in your dreams, I seem to run extremely slow. I don't know why this was actually. I still don't to this day, but my legs were probably so scared that I couldn't run with any kind of pace whatsoever. So I'm left there trying desperately to get away from this thing, going slow as anything, and I seem to be not going much quicker myself. I heard snapping sounds now too. They're very loud, almost like gunshots, but it sounded like something was snapping in half constantly. Yeah, I eventually make it back towards where my grandparents' house is. I was absolutely covered in sweat, and my grandma finds me and says, "God, did you go swimming?" I say no, and I can't let out the words. I eventually get back in, and she punishes me and tells me off for going swimming in the lake. I get told to bath off quickly, and that I better explain to my grandpa why I was swimming out there. I'm stuck in the bath, literally shivering. It was a hot bath too. That's how scared I was. When I saw my grandpa, I actually didn't have the heart to tell him what I was doing and what I saw. It wasn't until months later that I could actually reveal what happened and why I wouldn't go out of the house and why I was so scared that night. He then looks at me and says, "I know what you saw, son, just please don't go out there again." And I agreed. I never did. Eventually I got older and completely forgot about the experience. That was until I had a bad dream which reminded me of it. I don't actually believe the Reaper's a real thing, but I don't know how else to describe what I saw that day. I want you guys to let me know what you think it could have been. I don't know if my incidents were isolated too, but I'm really having nightmares about it again and I want them to stop. I want to get closure to this. I was a child about 10 years of age when this encounter happened. I forgot about it until recently a dream sparked my memory. I was camping with my family in the mountains outside of my sweet home. I was doing what all the children do when camping and explore the area, generally following by the river, which is nearby. When I come upon a section of river with two steep banks separated by a ravine cut off by the river, I vaguely remembered looking across to the opposite side of the river and saw a couple of pale, emaciated looking people with pointy ears looking up the steep embankment, going up on all fours. I remembered wanting to jump across to try and get a better look, but being really creeped out at the same time. It was very surreal. Even now it's a hazy memory. I don't remember them wearing any clothes too, but they may have had some kind of loin clothing. I didn't see their faces because I only noticed them as they're going away from me and not facing me. They've got no hair or fur whatsoever. I don't know what to think of this. It happened in the mid-90s. Now I've had this story for 6 years, and I haven't really spoke about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful, and we're able to drive through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely nobody's around. We set up camp the next day, and we went hiking, soaked up in the hot springs, and come back and had dinner. It's all very normal until the next day. Now I need to give some context as to how we slept that night, so you can understand my confusion. Before we go to sleep, I put our food cooler and a stereo that we brought into the car and lock it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far right side of the tent away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent everything seems normal. We get out. Our campsite was in absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined, the cooler had been thrown over and things are scattered everywhere. Even the stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to a tree. All of the car doors are open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet, and not really the beautiful place that we saw yesterday. Everything feels wrong now. My ex accuses me of not locking the door the night before, and that an animal got our stuff, but I promised that I locked it. I then go back into the tent to get the keys from my backpack, but they aren't there. I then found them later on the ground next to the car. We quickly throw everything into the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had happened. He finally spoke up when we're almost home and told me that night he had a dream that somebody was leaning over him holding a gun, just staring at him. When I tried to question him more, he said he didn't want to talk about it and that I shouldn't speak about it anymore. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something wrong happened to us those nights in the woods then, and I just cannot explain it. One of the weirdest stories I've ever heard happened is not my own, but my father's. My father works as a forest service worker, and he had many weird encounters over his years. This one in particular gave me chills all throughout my childhood, and it made me constantly just question things. Now, I'll tell this exactly how my father's told me and how that he's wrote it down for me, so sit back and enjoy. I think it's truly bizarre. Now, to start out, everything's going pretty well in life. I'm happy and my wife is now pregnant. Now this is going to be our second child. We already had our other one who's about 1 now, and we're really excited to have a second. We had a boy and we were hoping for another girl. It turned out that we had another boy, but that was just as much joy into our lives. Those who haven't experienced parenthood don't understand how it changes your life sometimes, and how it changes your approach to taking risks. I know that I certainly had the same feeling too. Now, where I was based at for my job, I didn't really encounter anything too heavy. I hadn't been working this role for that many years, and there was other more experienced guys out there. In fact, a lot of the time I'd actually get quite frustrated because I really truly wanted to do more, but I just wasn't able to. Sometimes there would be things that the other guys would know that I could do, and they would just rush off to do it before I had the chance to, and it was so frustrating. I enjoyed being out there, don't get me wrong, but I was kind of stuck doing more computer stuff and just, I guess, the boring things. Now, at this place, I knew that I could progress, but it was going to take years. They basically offered me all the training and everything, but my god, it was slow. The thing was, I was probably smarter than all of the people there, just not being given any opportunities that I needed to progress. It was almost like they'd given me this form, and it said everything I needed to do, but there were holes in it that they couldn't see, and it made me feel really uncomfortable. I was quite tempted to join the Navy. I actually wanted to become a Navy SEAL at the time. It wasn't really possible because of some of the injuries I had, but I know that if I really pushed myself, I probably could have overcome them. But the problem was, even sometimes when I was doing this job, even just hiking around and doing my normal things, I would have a pain that I couldn't seem to stop from the bottom of my foot. I actually still have issues with it today. I'm not quite sure why it started, but yeah, it's just something I get on with. So on this particular day, it was just the same. There was more exciting call-outs and things to go and do, but literally before I could even get to the radio to say I would do it, someone would say I'm on it and would already be up there with their coffee in their hand, taking the last sips of their coffee before flying on out the door and to go and have all the fun. Yeah, it kind of really sucked doing this, but I guess it gave me more time to think and just relax a bit. The problem is, if you're like me, that time very quickly lends to boredom. I started going through some of the records and some of the reports. I basically had to reorganize them because some people in this office area, they would just throw everything onto a desk and not do anything. They would only look for items if they needed it, which of course is a very stupid idea and wastes everyone's time, but back in my day, I guess that's how it was. So I start reading through some reports. There was a few pretty creepy things on there. Some people would say that they had a feeling, like an intense feeling of fear that they couldn't describe, accompanied by a knocking on some of the trees. They were never able to locate the source of this sound, and they thought it was just animals, but it came up quite often over the years. Then I heard a really strange one. Apparently, there was a ranger that worked here, and a lot of the other people thought that he was going crazy. I was reading a second-hand account of what had happened to him. Apparently, something had spoke to him and told him the future. Weirdly though, when I looked back through another account, which was more recent than that one, some of the things that he said actually come true. And the person making the report actually noted that and how weird it was. Upon further investigation, it turned out that this person thought that he had spoke to beings or something. I don't know, kind of like aliens? They didn't describe it very well, just very vaguely. Now it seems like many of these cases were dismissed. There were other weird things too, like a specific area where you'd feel very hot. Completely unnaturally, to the point that you'd actually question if there was some kind of hot spring there. Or something weird that shouldn't have been there, but again, they could never find the source of it. The thing that made this even more bizarre is that eventually the plants and trees and everything in the area would start to die, so you basically knew for certain that something was definitely off there. Now I decided that I had to get out and do the very minimum just to not be in the office, and that's what I did. I remembered setting out and I was being a little bit more paranoid than normal. I think all these stories were just playing in my head. I remembered I kept thinking that I saw something walking through the tree line ahead of me, always maintaining the higher ground. It kind of just trailed alongside me. It's really hard to describe, but was truly creepy. Now I don't know what it was, but I think it was some kind of large animal there. Not big enough to be a bear, but certainly weird. I did think maybe it was a hiker out there, but it wasn't possible. I thought that was bizarre. I remember thinking to myself that you've just learnt the power of human potential in the mind, and it was pretty scary to me. Now, life goes on. We probably get to about a month or 6 weeks in, and again, they're just not training me properly. It's kind of really annoying because they'll complain at me for doing something when it's exactly how somebody's told me to do it. And they'll say, oh no, just do it confidently. But then they'll say, why did you do that? And you'll explain that's how you're trained, and they wouldn't seem to listen, and it was kind of like a hostile group. I didn't end up staying there for too long, but I'll get to that later. So what do? Once again, get reserved to balancing the books and just doing the normal work. Now this is actually at a time before we had computers, so it did make days very boring too. The problem I found is that some people just did not have good handwriting. I've never been the best at reading others' handwriting, but especially in these situations, my god, it was like some of these people had honestly made an effort to write as illegible as possible. And again, if you can't read it, they complain, so I kind of become an expert of reading these things eventually. And again, every so often there's weird reports. I realise too, quite often when it's recorded, people just think, oh, it's the other guy not paying attention. Maybe he wants everyone to look at him and stuff like that. At least that's on the report conclusion, but I had a feeling that something was off when I kept on seeing the reportings of some kind of beings out there. This spanned over a number of years too, and long before I was there. They all seemed to be described as relatively the same. They called them the forest walkers. Apparently they seemed to be quite tall, and they would walk in almost a weird limp motion. The weird thing is that they would be silent too, and if you approached them, weird things would happen. Some people said they felt almost like they were high. Others said that they would just know things they couldn't have otherwise and stuff like that. I don't know if I believe in the supernatural that much, or at least at the time I didn't, but I just considered that these were just things that happen when you've been out in the woods for too long by yourself. Now eventually as time increased, and I started complaining to the higher ups about the issues I was having, I started to get out more and do more interesting things. I even got to rescue a few people too, which is a really cool feeling. I don't know if you've ever experienced it before, but there's something so cool about knowing that you preserved human life. You stepped in and you made a big difference and impact for someone. It's not something I'd felt before in other jobs too, so I was quite happy. Now, as I go out for a patrol one evening, I remembered having a strange feeling that the air was different. There was almost some kind of metallic smell that I couldn't quite describe. I was concerned that I had some kind of illness or that I accidentally got something on my nose, but no matter how much I wipe my nose, I can't seem to get rid of the feeling. And there was almost some kind of static in the air. You know, like when you have static electric and just before you feel the buzz, it was kind of like that. Now that's when I feel something. I can tell something's looking at me and I stop to turn around and see what it is. And then I can make out some kind of figure. It's probably about 20 feet away. It's wearing kind of like a dark coloured robe, but when it gets closer it appears more white. It walks with a weird limp and I can't believe my eyes. I actually rub my eyes quickly, not sure for a second if I'm dreaming, and it's gone. Now I think this is pretty creepy. I want to figure out what this is, so filled with excitement I actually jogged towards where it was. Now I couldn't tell you too much else about it, but just that it completely vanished. I probably spent another hour myself actually searching the surrounding areas just to see if I could find anything there to explain what I'd just seen, but alas, I come up blank. There's nothing there but myself. Now I'm actually a little bit irritated because I don't want to seem stupid. I really don't want to become like one of the people whose stories I've read probably to be dismissed later on the same way that I dismissed some of theirs. But currently, it seems like I'm going to have no option but for that to be the case for myself. Yeah, it sucked really. I go back eventually and tell them what happened. Now, no one believes me, which is what I expected, and they say, yeah, you're too junior to be going out there and investigating things like this. I was pretty fed up again. I come from a role before where I was very well respected, and honestly the way I was being treated was really annoying me. Now a few months go on, and it becomes winter, and the going gets a little bit more tough really. It was pretty cold out there. I mean, uncomfortably so for myself. Now, I remembered on one particular day, I can't tell you specifically what I was doing, I just remembered that I was out there, that I spotted something weird, I mean really bizarre. There were these small figures, kind of limping around in the woods, again silently. Now I can't believe what I'm seeing. They're probably about 5 feet tall now, and in more of a white coloured gown kind of thing. Like I said, I didn't know what this was. I thought maybe it was something from Halloween, like decorations people put out there. And I actually wasn't too scared now. I was convinced that this wasn't actually a real thing or threat or danger, so I decided to sit back and very slowly follow these things. Now I didn't look behind myself, so there could have been more, but these things just kept on marching on, kind of down the path for a good 10 minutes longer. Now they never once seemed to notice me or so much as turn around, so again, I'm still not entirely sure what I'm seeing, but I think it's some kind of Halloween decoration that someone's playing around with. I don't know, it could be a cult, it could be anything, but I'm not too worried. I don't know if it was the size of them or what, but I just wasn't concerned. Also, there seemed to be nature interacting normally around, so that meant that these things weren't a threat, at least I thought. So this continues on until eventually they all stop at something. I stopped too, and I can see about 4 of them. I was incredibly curious as to what they were looking at, but there's no real way for me to be able to see where I'm based currently. I get closer and closer and realise that I'm going to have to take the long way round now to figure out what it is. I decide to take a stealthy approach, and I try and walk very slowly through the foliage and get around. I do make it to a pretty good horizon, and I can see in front, and I still can't figure out what they're looking at. Now I'm sure these are people now, so I become a little bit more confident, and I walk down even closer to where they are. Eventually, I ended up crashing through some of the brush, and I decide that I'm going to be more present now. Obviously these people know that I'm here, so what's the point of trying to hide away from them? I go a little bit quicker now, and eventually go round to where I think that they're facing, and I can't see their actual faces. It's kind of just dark where that their faces are completely covered up in something. Now, I crouch down to get a better look at them, and suddenly, I can hear voices in my head. They don't sound like voices I ever heard before too, and it's almost like my own voice but different. And I keep hearing different things that haven't happened yet. I hear about the birth of my son and know that it's going to be a boy. I know exactly what he's going to look like, how my career's going to go, what my wife's going to do, and some of the hardships that come up and who's going to pass away in my family. It actually makes me incredibly emotional at this point, and I almost feel like it's too much and start to cry a bit. I ended up kind of just becoming overwhelmed with my emotions, and I fall back into the dirt and stare up at the sky. The sky's very bright today, and it actually looks quite nice. After a moment, I kind of stop hearing the voices so much. They kind of just slowly fade out, like somebody slowly turning down the volume on a record, and I get up. I realise now that whatever these things are has gone now, and I'm just here alone, very confused as to what's actually just happened to me. I get up, and I'm sure there's going to be an explanation for this. I ended up scouring around for probably another hour and a half until I conclude that nothing's here. That's when my panic finally catches up with me and I decide that I need to get back as quick as possible. I start making my way there. I eventually get back to the station and immediately write down my report. I didn't speak to anybody else about what had happened, and that's when I'm confused. I suddenly realised that what I was reading was very similar to some of the reports of what had happened years before, the ones where that people had considered the guys that were reporting it a little bit crazy or seeing things. And for that reason, I actually took the report and ended up throwing it into the trash. I didn't want my colleagues to think I was crazy. I mean, I didn't like most of them to begin with. I knew that this was going to hurt me moving on to the other areas that I wanted to work, so there was going to be no benefit of me actually posting this. Now I ended up moving on and working as a ranger in different areas and doing different kinds of roles too, even being a fire service worker. Now here's the weird thing. I only realised it much later, but I did have a son, and he looked exactly like I knew he would. The job that I changed into is exactly what I heard I would. My wife's role too. Also, some family members that died, they were the exact people who I was told would do so as well. Now suddenly I felt kind of a weird fear come over me, almost like a washing flood of emotions coming back, realising that something had contacted me back then, and for whatever reason wanted me to know what was going to happen. I can't put my finger on why this happened or how it happened to me. I just know what I saw was real, and that I wasn't the only person that saw those kinds of things out there. Lots of my other colleagues had experienced some very similar things, and I just don't know what to make of it all. I posted this comment before, but this happened in East Tien around 2006 or 7. A buddy and I were doing some trips and hiking through the woods when we heard this sound like electricity. Like a lot of electricity. We'd been hiking for days and were in the middle of nowhere on the Appalachian trail, so we followed the sound and found an overgrown game trail which led to a clearing with an old barn in it. The barn was on a mound of dirt and was the kind with big space in the middle. As we get closer, the sound got louder and louder, and we quickly realised that the entire dirt mound was covered in mud wasps, literally thousands of them. I've never seen anything like it. But wait, there's more. As we circled around, we noticed another trail and followed it to a tiny old cabin built by Boy Scouts like 100 years earlier. There was a little engraving which actually said as much, and we decided to stay there for the night since it's becoming late. So we built a fire, and just before dark, we heard the sound, and out of the bushes came an old man with those 2 metal hiking poles. He ended up sitting around the fire for a long while telling us stories about the area, then he quickly got up and vanishing. He left in the opposite direction that he come from. It was pitch black. The next morning we looked around and we could see no signs of him. Maybe he was just bushwhacking through the mountains, but it's almost like he was a ghost of the woods. So I was a wildland firefighter back in the day in Arizona. I worked in a forest that was generally popular with a lot of recreation in the northern portion, but I worked on the southern portion of the forest that was really remote. It barely had any roads or campgrounds, so if you wanted to relax there, you had to put in work for it. The fire crew I was on only had 2 duty stations, one in a small town where the rest of the forest employees worked out of, and one of them was about 2.5 hours away up a really windy mountainous road. The remote duty station had an old Forest Service ranger station and a newer double-wide trailer that was recently put in. When I worked at this place, I had no cell reception. When my crew and I weren't working, we were playing horseshoes and watching movies they did eventually add a cell service booster, which sadly made people play on their phones more, but I digress. So for my creepy story, I want to keep it pretty simple, but my supervisor had the crew experience some weird things while working out there. There was one night that he told me he was cowboy camping, which is sleeping outside with no tent, and kept on repeatedly having weird things drop on his face, like musky liquid. He looked around, even yelling out, but nobody was there. He wasn't below any trees, there was no sap. He never slept outside again after that. Now for my story. I have had other interesting experiences at a remote duty station, but this one was scary. It was the night of the 4th of July, and we weren't on a fire, so the crew was playing horseshoes and having a good time. Everybody went to bed pretty early because we were getting ready to have a PT hike the next day. I had my own small room in the windowed double trailer, and my bed was next to a big window. I started to doze off but felt awake. I hear one of my co-workers outside my window asking me to come outside. I was laying on my side facing the window and didn't look up, but I felt their presence by the window. I felt as though something tall was looming over me from outside. I kept beckoning to not go out there with myself, though suddenly their voice gets deeper, raspier and angrier, eventually swearing at me to go outside. It was almost a demonic voice. I lay there frozen, not moving while being yelled at. Eventually it stopped and I fell asleep. I woke up the next day and asked my co-worker if he was standing outside my window, but he said he wasn't. I previously had a role as a fire service worker in the forest. It was a pretty good gig really, something that I still reminisce about often today, though I did have a number of weird things happen to me out there. Now I'd like to share some of those with you. Now while being stationed out there, if you're up in the fire tower, it meant that you'd spend lots of time out there on your own. I can remember one specific example of this having some, unexpected consequences, shall I say. Now the job was pretty good because I had another worker with me there for the first half of our tenure. Again, no issues, we get on really well. Actually, at the time, it wasn't so hot outside and we even got blessed with some rain, so it meant that the surroundings were far less likely to cause a fire. We also had some really nice streams and things which would actually make our job easier, because of course you can basically use this as a landmark and fire's not going to pass through that. So at first we're having a pretty good time and we're just talking about all kinds of different things. That's when the other worker, I won't call him a friend because I didn't know him for too long, but he felt like one, said that apparently these grounds are haunted. It's something that I didn't believe. I told him, oh yeah, it's just one of those things that the other gamekeepers and the fire wardens have to tell us to make us all scared to be out here. But he said, no, seriously, I'm telling you, I even saw one once. I thoroughly doubt him at this and say, yeah, it's just you messing with me, right? He said, no, let me tell you about what happened to me. Now, I can tell you that I didn't necessarily believe in the paranormal, at least not in this specific time, but it certainly piqued my interest. So I kind of get lost in the moment. We're walking in a really beautiful area. There's lots of moss on parts of the trees. Lots of it's dead and dried out, but some of it's okay. There's lots of other things around which makes this place really beautiful, and it probably made it perfect for storytelling. So my friend continues on about what apparently happened to him. I'll re-explain it the way that I heard. So apparently he was on the trails one day and a kid ran up to him with a ball. I know that's pretty normal, but you have to listen to all of this. Apparently the kid didn't say anything to him, just held off a ball and smiled. He eventually threw it and kind of motioned for my kind of newfound friend to go after it, which he does. He thinks maybe the kid wants to play, and goes to fetch the ball. He says that the ball's nowhere to be found though, upon getting to the location where it landed. Pretty bizarre, he said. Doesn't think too much of it again. He goes to look around for the kid, and he's absolutely nowhere to be found. It's literally as though he's just vanished, but it doesn't make sense because he saw him there so recently before. He says, that doesn't end there too, buddy, to me. I say, what do you mean? He says, it turns out that after doing some investigating, that kid died a long time ago. I ask him how long ago does he mean, and he then shares to me that apparently a kid went out here missing playing who got lost from his family and unfortunately passed away. The clothes he was wearing was exactly as to the description of when the body was found, and apparently he had a toy with him there, and it was just like the one that my buddy had found. Yeah, I thought that was pretty creepy. I say, but yeah, that was years ago. He says, yeah, but that's not all. There's some other weird things out here. Apparently, when you're all alone and you're just about to go to sleep in the station, sometimes you'll hear someone calling your name. And it sounds like somebody you know, but it isn't. Every time that it's been investigated, the person calling is nowhere near, even in a different state. He said, you know, buddy, just be careful. It gets kind of weird out here. Another story which he told me I find particularly odd is apparently he'd seen wolves before and some of the others had. It shouldn't be possible geographically because where we are, but apparently there's been times that they've been up in the tower and they'll see a pack of wolves come running through here, kind of like large grey ones, really big. And apparently something looks off with their eyes. Apparently it looks like it's almost pure black. The weirdest thing is, if you try and get close, there's no sound. There's no signs of them. You know how you'd expect to be able to at least find evidence of them being here? Well, not in this case. Nada. Nothing. Odd. I said, yeah, you're not going to be able to scare me. And we ended up changing the topic and continue throughout our business. He then starts to talk about some other things, and at the same time, I'm not trying to be Sherlock Holmes, but I'm certainly questioning whether he's of sound mind at this point. It's the only time that I've ever heard anything like it, and I don't understand why you'd tell me that. Why on earth would you give me all these weird warnings and put all these horrible thoughts into my head just before you know I've got to be out here alone? Yeah, right, you've done this to other guys, I think to myself. The more I speak to him, the more I get the feeling that he wasn't actually lying to me. I don't know what it is, just, you know, sometimes you can sense the truth of what somebody's saying, and I don't see what he would have gained from scaring me anyway, because I wouldn't have got to speak to him again after this, so it's not like he could have pulled a big old prank on me and then got to see me running scared, so that's the other thing. But yeah, we just continue about things like normal. I did really enjoy the job though. I was definitely due some time off, I can tell you that much. I've probably been working relentlessly for months at this point, and a break was coming for me, but I just had to wait a little bit longer for it. I don't know, I felt a lot of pressure too. You know, it's one of those moments where you get lots of pressure on yourself, which is self-created. It was kind of like that. So we start doing some other work, and we have to replace some boards and steps and things. They kind of come a little bit, not necessarily undone, but they start to slide down onto both sides of the hill if you aren't careful and don't replace them frequently enough. They kind of look like the wooden pallets, but more better machined than that. Certainly wasn't safe for anybody to be out here, so we set about one day putting them on. It was slow going. You also had to hammer in some mesh just to act as some kind of grip at the bottom of each step. Now, this goes on for pretty much as far as your eye can see at most points. Not due to strictly the depth of the forest, but just because of where we were and how windy the trail becomes. Now, as we're doing so, I keep getting a really weird feeling like I'm being watched. Now I look up ahead thinking somebody's on the trail. I go to call out, hey, you're not supposed to be here, we're doing repairs. And I can see a figure slowly move from the tree. I think it's at first some kind of branch falling. It kind of looks like a red swamp creature with weird white eyes staring at me. Maybe kind of like Chewbacca from Star Wars is the best way I can describe it, but more organic in nature. This, whatever it is, slowly goes behind the tree and I can't see it again. Being the great storyteller that my friend is, I presume that he's got some kind of Halloween costume on from one of those stores, but I don't question him on it. I just continue about putting our stuff away. Now, I ended up continually nowing until I ran out. I tell the other guy that I'm gonna go and get some more nows and he says, yeah, take a break afterwards. I say thank you. I didn't realise how much I was sweating from working out in the sun, but I know I've got a lot of water to drink to be able to catch up with how much my body was losing it. I remembered I felt uncomfortably hot now. That's one of the things I didn't like about being out here, especially during the fire season, is it can get incredibly hot really quickly. Like I said, it had rained, but that was the only day of it. So I decided to eventually stop by the small stream which was running under where we were, and just take a moment to take in everything. I completely forgot about the thing I'd seen earlier, and just relax and let my mind wander. I remembered letting out a sigh as I realised we've still got another task to do. I didn't bring enough nails for this, but we have to put some red markers onto the trees so that way people know where they're going. I mean, it should be pretty obvious because we got our steps that we've put out everywhere, but a lot of people don't necessarily see these and just go off on a whim kind of deep into the forest. They can be good markers to use. I then see my buddy over by the nails and I don't say anything to him. I eventually make my way back up and I can't find him. I call out for a few times but I do not get a reply. Fine, I don't have to listen to any more of his rubbish stories, I think to myself. Now, I realise too that he's used up all of the nails that I've got. This is quite annoying because now we're going to have to go back once again just to finish off this job. To be honest, I was quite hungry at this point and couldn't really be bothered for this, so I kind of angrily head back to figure out where he's gone. That's when he called out saying, hey, what did you do with my wood? I say, what do you mean? He says, did you use all of it? I say, no, of course not. Where are my nails? And he looks at me perplexed. I tell him that I seldom used any and that I saw him with my nails, and he looks at me equally as confused. He then explains to me that no, I have not took anything. What do you mean? And we're both very confused by this and kind of a little paranoid of each other. I then show him that I've used all of my materials in one area, and he actually does the same, so it wasn't possible that either of us could have taken anything from each other, which is pretty weird, which leaves the question, who taken them? My buddy was also convinced that he'd seen me do the same, so I don't know what to think now. We then catch a sight of somebody jogging off. Now they looked pretty weird. They have sunglasses on and full winter gear, but by the way, this is pretty hot here. We call out him to slow down, but he just continues jogging. We can't see much of his face because he's covered, and I think, I found out who the Star Wars guy is now, finally. We both say how weird it is, and this guy doesn't look normal. He jogs off and we're convinced that we figured out where our stuff has gone. Now, we both bursted out laughing after a while, just saying how weird it was. We decided not to report it in or anything and just to continue on with our job. Now the going was easier from here because it was all downhill, speaking literally. We were no longer going up anymore, so we weren't going to waste as much water too. We would constantly swap roles, with one of us nailing onto the trees and the other one nailing onto the boards. That's when we catch the sight of somebody running in the distance. We can't figure out who it is until then it becomes obvious. It's the same person running with the sunglasses in the middle of summer. They were even weirder this time. They were literally running through the trees up the hill. I don't know how old this person is. Maybe he's in his early 30s or something. Hard to say because of his clothes and how much of his face was covered, but he looked weird. I really thought that we were going to find him passed out somewhere and have to get an emergency evac to get him fluids or something, but that was really mysterious. Now, eventually we finished the job and head back together. We actually put some extra precautions down and some kind of barricade at where we were sleeping, so we didn't have to worry about somebody tearing it down in the night and maybe coming there to attack us. But it wasn't long later that we realised that this wasn't going to be the case, and we wake up peacefully in the morning. Now again, everything is virtually as it should be the following day, and we both feel pretty good at this time. Until, guess what you know, there he is running again, this time on the lovely trail we had just built for him. We both bursted out laughing, saying, "Hey, we hope you enjoy our new work for you," pretending that we'd done it specifically for him. It probably wasn't a good idea because we really knew nothing about this person, but it's pretty weird to see. He was running almost like it was from something, but nothing was there. We actually spent a while seeing if he was being chased by animals or anything, but it seemed as though it was only the spirits that were haunting him. We didn't know what to make of him, we just thought it was really odd, especially so early in the morning. Now the weirdest part? Sightings of him continued for the next 2 days, up until it was my turn to be there on my own. Yeah, I wasn't so confident and laughing now. I kind of had a cold feeling coming over my body as I realised that it was going to be my job to be here alone for a couple of days, and whoever this guy was, whatever he was doing, I didn't want to meet him. I played it off as though I wasn't scared, but I was really scared. I mean, are you kidding me? There's some crazy guy out here running on his own for God knows what reason, with seemingly no supplies or anything, just coming right next to us at random times. We probably saw him about another 7 times or so in total, but it was just bizarre, I just didn't get it. But anyway, it's time to say goodbye to my newfound friend, and maybe hello to the other one. I wasn't sure yet. He did tell me to be careful and again looked very serious. He gave me his number so I could call him if anything weird happened, and I watch as he slowly walks off the bridge into the distance. I smiled and waved at him as he kept going, and there was a weird feeling as he left. It was almost like seeing the last person on earth leave you and go away. It's really not a nice feeling, and it's a kind of loneliness that I haven't felt before, or even since. I knew as he went I was truly on my own there, so what's the best thing I can do? Just pretend nothing happened. So I go about my next few days, and again, act like nothing has happened. I'm effectively trying to create a false sense of security, and I have to remind myself that I'm in command here of the situation, and I don't want somebody to get carried away and thinking, oh, because I'm out here on my own, that means they can do what they want to me. I was especially vigilant of the weird guy in the sunglasses. Weirdest part, I don't see him for the first day. I even brought some extra supplies just in case he was weird and I could give him a kind of offering, but I just don't see him. I was even almost convinced that I'd seen some kind of animals running through here, like maybe the wolves, but I don't think it was. It turned out to be other animals, but not quite what I expected. I continue with my work now, and the scenery is still just as beautiful as ever. I remember going to one specific area, and I was taken aback by how beautiful it was. You had a really lovely water formation to my left, and bushes on either side of me, and this really helps me calm down and feel like I'm at peace. That was until I saw it. Standing on the tree line is what appears to be some kind of witch, almost like it's at an altar. It slowly raises its arms up into the sky in some kind of Y shape, and this doesn't look like a Halloween costume. There's some kind of dark fur on whatever this thing's face is, which is very long. I then realise how tall it is. It's probably about 8 or 7 feet tall. It could have been standing on a rock, but it was at least 7 feet tall. It wasn't looking at me, it was looking at the ocean. I look down and try and find some kind of weapon, but of course there's nothing. So what's my best bet? Just to slowly turn around. I was a little bit tempted to try and call out and figure out what on earth this was, but then I realised it's a pretty dumb idea. Because who's going to help me? If I get really hurt, then it's going to be a while before they radio in and eventually send out some help. Another weird thing in this moment is that it's moving in almost slow motion. It starts walking around the rocks, and it seems very skinny too. Again, almost impossibly skinny arms and legs. I really think for a few seconds that this is a jogging person, but it looks too different now. I very slowly turn around and start making my way back from where I'd come originally. I have to be careful and constantly watch over myself. I know it's only up to me. I then tell myself, be brave, be calm, and I then go off the trail to take a shortcut. This is a pretty stupid idea because I'm making lots of noise now, but I'm almost like a dog, just focused on getting back as quick as possible. It's quite sunny now, and I realise I haven't got sun cream. I think I'm going to get sunburnt, but that's basically the last of my worries now. I just keep on going now, not looking behind myself. I start to think, wow, as if everything that guy told me was true. Maybe this place is really haunted, but what on earth had I just seen? I then realised something weird which had never happened to me in my career before this point. I become lost, like really freaking lost. I seriously don't know where I am. I eventually see back to where the water is, and I hesitantly look around to see that this thing is gone. I feel a bit more safe now, and realise that if I walk close to the water I should be able to navigate my way back. But this already isn't good. What if that thing's there? It's a chance I decide to take. I take my first step towards the water and I hear crash. Almost like something's fell out of a tree behind me. I immediately turn on my heel, run very quickly into the opposite direction from the water. I keep up a pretty impressive pace for a long while, until my thighs are burning and feel like they're about to give out on me. It's like my legs are not cooperating with what I'm trying to do. Left with not many options, I eventually get back to the station and I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I can stay here and try and tough it out, but again, I think this is a very stupid idea in the given circumstances and what's happening right now. I then decide that the most brave thing that I can do is just admit what's happening and come back the following day. Yes, that's it. I'm gonna come back the following day, and all of this will just be a dream, I tell myself. I look through my binoculars, and I try my best to look towards the water where I saw this thing. And what do you know? There it is again, not moving this time. I'm convinced that what I'm seeing might actually not be a real person. Just some kind of, I don't know, thing placed there. People put weird art things up all the time. But this was different. I go to get some more powerful binoculars slowly, trying not to make noise even though I was miles away. As I grab my binoculars again, I look up, and this thing is gone. It really annoyed me because I wanted to see it from a safe distance, dare I say it. I couldn't find it though, so I decide to put my barricade up, and I go in. I then lay down, closing my eyes. I kind of half drift off to sleep, and then I'm awoken by the sound of my colleague. He's calling me. He says, hey, come here. I'm very confused, and I go towards the window expecting to see him there, having forgotten something, but he's not there. I try and figure out where he is, and that's when it hits me. He's not there. He's in the forest somewhere. I can't figure out the location of the sound, but he says, "Hey, come on, help. I need your help, I'm hurt." Something seemed off this time, and I looked back towards the water, and what do you know? That's where the sound's coming from. Every time that I don't respond, it seems like he's growing angrier and angrier, and it's almost to the point that he's shouting at me. I don't know if I can bear this much longer. I pinched myself a few times and actually splashed water on my face to make sure I was awake, and yes I was. This was so vivid, it's reality, I realise. Eventually, I can just hear screams and I decide that I have to go back in. I go in and close the door behind me, and I don't know how, but I eventually fall asleep. I wake up again later quite delirious, to be honest. I'm very off with the time, but I eventually got myself back up again. I look around, and it's very early, but I decide the best thing I can do now is set out and leave. I decide that I'm gonna go back and call it in as a danger violation or something, saying that I'm in trouble here and don't want to be here. So what I do is get everything together and leave. My thinking is that whatever this thing is must need sleep, right? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's slowly get a way out of here while this thing sleeps. I get everything together and I'm as quiet as possible. And would you believe it? On the second to last step, crash, one of the steps breaks. It could not have been louder, and it scared a lot of the birds out the trees, and I let out a slow sigh. I begin turning around, but then turn back and decide that I have to chance it now. I have to get out of here. The problem is, I wasn't very good at navigating in the dark. I mean, I'm not an owl. I don't know who is other than them, but I seem to be especially bad at it. So while setting out, I realise now that I'm a little bit lost, and the fear takes over once again. Now again, more scared than ever, I realise that I must try and find a way through this. And that's when I hear it, screaming coming from behind me. I take one look over my shoulder, and I can see something rushing from the trees towards me. I start running as quick as I can, and I eventually get to some high ground. I look around and I kid you not, I can see somebody on top of the tower vandalising it. I don't know how they got up there, but something looks really odd now. I can also see that most of the steps are broken. So how on earth did whoever that is get up there? What were they doing? I don't take time to find out and I start running. As daybreak comes, it becomes much easier to navigate now, and it kind of felt like I was in a dream. I was tired, delirious, and it was almost like the saturation of light was too bright through the trees. It only left me with one option to keep going, and that's what I do. I pick up a pace like never before, and eventually make it back to where the car is. I get in there and I drive like God knows what Formula 1 driver, but I go quick. I go quickly over to our main base and report what's happened and say that we have to get some law enforcement over there and that something's very odd. Now, eventually they go back and I have to go with them, which is really annoying because I don't want to go back there, but they aren't very good at navigating either. Eventually we see the tower and it's absolutely destroyed. Most if not all of the stairs are now missing. The windows are broken and there's glass everywhere. It looks horrible. Weirdly, we can't see signs of anybody around. Even a lot of the wildlife has gone silent, which is pretty strange. Now, you know what annoys me the most about this? Is they blame me for this. They blame me for the whole incident. I say, why on earth would I do that? And they can't come up with a good answer. I also say, how can I get up there if I broke all the stairs? And they tried to say I was breaking them down on my way, and it was some kind of mistake I was covering up, but it was absolute rubbish. And it's something I couldn't have stood for, and I resigned the same day. I don't know what ever come of that tower or that area, but God, I just hate the fact that nobody believed me at my job for what happened. I wish I'd taken that other guy's warnings better too. I've actually lost contact with him since, but I wish I could talk to him. I hope that he hears my story because I'd love to hear his perspective on all of this and wonder what he had actually seen out there. I'm in my college days now, and 20 years ago, me and my friends took off for the North Georgia mountains on the weekend. We wanted to smoke and drink and communicate with nature, and the mountains are perfect for this. On the weekend, this unsettling event occurred to me, my friend Bill, and his German Shepherd Monty, as we headed out towards the Sky Valley. It was the beginning of the fall semester at UGA, and we're not going there just yet, but we had found an area with a dirt road that led back half a mile, and then we would hike in another mile or so and set up camp near a creek. Excellent trails were nearby with fun places to explore, not to mention flat ground perfect for setting up camp. Bill and I arrived at our spot at around 4 PM and get a fire going. We were musicians, Bill a guitar player and me a percussionist, so we start jamming. Around 10 after jamming a while, we chatted about life and girls before getting in for the night. It's a clear night, so we just sleep under the stars. It is an important note that we had never seen any signs of other people in the area during our trips. At about 2 AM in the morning, I was awoken by Monty growling. It's a deep, weird growl. Bill was still dead to the world, and I woke up to listen. Maybe an animal has come near our campsite. The fire was only embers now. I heard barely audible voices in the distance. Focusing on the area of the voices, I see a faint red glow followed by another one about 100 yards away. My mind connects to what I'm seeing. They're cigarette embers getting closer. Bill, get up. Bill rose from his sleep, and I explain what's going on. Now Monty starts barking at the strangers. Now the thing that's weird is they're completely unfazed by a now rabid 70-pound German Shepherd and 2 people getting up. Now, Bill told Monty to calm down, and I'll never forget when I saw those guys, skinny as hell, about 5'8", shirts caked in grime and mangly beards, and probably 5 teeth between them, each of them having massive knives on their belt buckles. "What are you boys doing out here? Looks like fun," they said. We responded and told them that we've been out here to drink some beer. They ask if we have any drugs and stuff. They look around for a bit, and they say, "Do you want to smoke with us?" and we decline, saying we're heading out. Throughout the conversation, anything Bill or I said, they kept looking at each other first before responding. Before they left, one of them said, "Stay safe, you never know who could be out here," followed by maniacal laughter as they walked away. We packed up and left early. Now, while this isn't the scariest of stories, these guys were definitely weirdos out there, and they shouldn't have been. I don't know why they weren't scared of the dog either. That's what creeps me out. Maybe a year ago, I went down to my cabin near Victoria, Illinois. It was late fall, awfully chilly, but it was late at night, and I'd just gotten my 4-wheeler, which is a 1986 Suzuki. Deep in the woods, it's a fishing and hunting community that I know well. I've been hiking and riding in these woods since I was little. I know them very well. Lots of folks and people have died in those woods, but maybe I was being hunted. Now, I was 17 at the time, and me and my family had just come down there from our home in the suburbs near Chicago. It was late at night, but I really for some reason had an extreme desire to go ride my 4-wheeler. I took a quick ride through the hunting trail's pitch black path outside. I have really bright headlights, so it was perfectly alright for me. I can see well, and I rode home, built a fire and went out again. I was out riding on one of the main dirt roads near our machine shed, where we keep tractors and stuff, and my 4-wheeler stalled. I got off it and began making adjustments to the carburetor so I can make it run again. In the process, I shut off the headlights. As I made my adjustment, I heard a twig snap and I perked up but could barely see anything, so keep working. Suddenly, I come across a two-tone whistle maybe 100 feet away from me. I looked in the direction it come from but can't see anything. I quickly made an adjustment and stood up. I heard extremely fast footsteps coming towards me and the whistling again, only much closer and the exact same tone, maybe 10 to 15 feet towards me. I started my four-wheeler carefully and creeped out and sped off towards a bunch of houses that had outside lights turned on. I looked around and saw nothing. I rode past the same spot at full speed to get back home, but by the time I was home, my fire had went out and they had gone to bed. I sat in our family room for maybe 5 to 6 hours with my gun loaded, staring at the windows, and I hear a loud bang on the back porch multiple times. I run very fast. Now, I flip on a light on the gun that I had and see nothing. I slowly go back outside the house. Then, I wait and see nothing, going to bed. I decided to do some searching, and all I could find was the myth of a spirit of somebody who was killed ruthlessly, seeking the company of those who dared to horseback ride at night. I never experienced this again, but I'm always on edge nowadays when I'm out there. I hope it was an animal I heard, but it just seems too different. It was September in central Idaho. Autumn had come to the mountains, and with bow hunters looking for mountain goats, my cousin, I'll just call him Vern for anonymity's sake, is an avid hunter. He's been all over North America hunting various game, bears in Alaska, wild hogs in Texas, bighorn sheep in Wyoming, but his favourite hunting area was the Lemming mountain range in central Idaho. Our extended family has been hunting in those mountains for generations. We know every river bottom and mountain peak like many people do of their own neighbourhoods. Mountain goats are a fantastic animal to hunt. They live well above the tree line in rocky environments. They are sure-footed and can climb near vertical slopes. Hunting these animals requires one venture into these dangerous areas. You have to be mindful as you pursue an animal like that. You have to be mindful when hunting an animal like that. One wrong step on a rocky slope or one loose rock could mean that you're never going to see home again. Vern was an expert mountain hunter. It's something he was born to do. Vern decided to hunt in the Hayden River area of Lemis. It's a favourite spot with most locals, and the area is home to plenty of mountain goats. The first mile with the Vern's hike was uneventful as he climbed up the mountain. The air was crisp, and his breath formed in great fumes as he progressed. The sun was just peeking over the mountains when Vern came to a small deer trail. He decided it might be a nice shortcut from his usual route and took it. A few hundred feet up the trail, he saw something odd pop out from behind a tree. He finds a man. He was dressed in a light denim coat and jeans and was carrying a small backpack. My cousin stopped for a second to get his bearings, unsure of where this guy came from. The man waved at him with both arms. One of them was holding an older style hunting bow. Acknowledging him, Vern waves back. Although the man looked to be physically fine, it was clear he was emotionally distressed. He yelled out something my cousins couldn't quite hear and waves his arms, indicating my cousin should follow him. Vern didn't get any bad vibes from the guy, and he could tell he was genuinely in some need of help. He began to make his way up to the canyon following the mysterious man. Vern could never really gain any ground on this guy. He always seemed just far enough away that he couldn't talk to him. Now periodically, the man would stop and turn towards him to make sure Vern was following. Every time he looked back, Vern could see the worry in his face. My cousin did his best to remain calm and keep a smile on, unsure of what to do or where he was being led to. It was peculiar. Vern thought as he hiked. He hadn't seen any other vehicles on his drive up the trailhead. Perhaps he came in from over the ridge. What could he possibly be leading him to? He figured out that one of his hunting party had been hurt and needed help. Of course, he wouldn't have had to speculate if the man would just stop and talk to him, or give him 5 minutes to understand what was happening. Vern eventually loses sight of the guy on a trail turn. The trail actually opened up into an incredibly steep, rocky, tailless slope. He looked in every direction and could not locate the man when he hears a whistle. Looking up, he saw the guy about 500 feet up the rocky slope waving at him. There was no possible way that he could have gotten up that far in such a short time. It just wouldn't have been possible. He still didn't feel any fear or weariness about the weird situation though. The man was waving more frantically now, practically begging Vern to follow him up the slope. With a sighing grunt, he started up the rocks. It was slow going. Every other step causes a mini rock slide and would cause him to continually lose footing. Huffing and puffing on the cool thin air, my cousin eventually made it up a small landing. It had taken him almost 45 minutes to get to that spot where he saw the man from below. There was no earthly way that he could have scrambled up the hill any faster. Totally exhausted and out of breath, Vern sat down on the stone landing. He looked around and couldn't see the man anywhere. As he scanned his surroundings, he saw something odd poking out of a boulder about 20 feet away from him. Walking over to it, he found a weathered boot, two actually. Inside of those boots are actually underneath a boulder, and he can find bones. Vern looked around for the man once again but could never see him again. Instead of feeling eerie or unnerved, Vern kind of felt a sense of release washing over him. The emotions aren't his own. What he felt seemed to come from all around him. He marked the spot with the GPS and decided to make his way down and call the authorities. The Lemhi County Sheriff's Office responded and had led him up to the canyon. It took 4 grown men to push the boulder out of the way, and they found somebody's remains. On the body, they found hunting equipment and some personal effects. Now, as a little bit of background to set the mood, I grew up in central New York between Parrish and Mexico. We can look up Happy Valley and see just how creepy the surrounding woods and fields and farms are, and grey pits and swamps. I'm outside roughly 90% of the day. I do firewood, logging, farming, hunting, fishing and trapping. I'm certainly used to the creepy stuff in the woods, so much so that there's a predator light on my walking stick, which is facing backwards with a red light. People deter tigers from leapfrogging them by wearing masks on the back of their head, but we only have fishers, coyotes, and the occasional wandering bear. So every night on the woodline, I have a pimp fire set up that I use pretty much every day. It's not uncommon for me to see raccoons. We feed the birds and even have a huge turkey deer/feeder. My house is basically a safe haven, and we constantly have critters running amongst the daytime, especially then in the night, making more sounds in the shadows. So you get used to the random ground leaves fluttering and twig snapping, chitterings and whatever other sounds really. Now, it began when I moved into a good buddy's house. Him and I are very alike, hard-working outdoorsmen who hunt, trap and have firewood. I've recently gone through some changes in my life and I was lucky enough to move in with him, which is only 4 miles away from where I grew up. Every night, after working or running through a tarp line, I'd work on my fire pit, which I'm in a clearing of which we've made to store firewood. I then hear this clicking sound like a slower version of a predator doing his clicks. The sound was kind of random at first, but then I start noticing it reacting to me moving. grabbing a beer, click click, build up the fire, click click, to a point that I actually get my knife with me. Now, I wear a headlamp and I have the lantern with me, and I've got the machete and everything, so I'm pretty comfortable but still scared as I yell into the darkness to come at me. So when the fire dies down, no more smoke for the pipe or hot dogs on my belly, I start packing up my stuff and get ready to go inside, and I hear click click. I look around for eye shine but see nothing. I move closer to the woods, stray a little to reposition my headlamp, casting shadows. I clicked it and it kind of responded to me a few times. I mean, it's freaked me out so much a few times, I've literally built up the fire just to walk away. Now, we do have nocturnal flying squirrels here, but they just don't sound like this. It's been a little over a year of hearing this sound, and I'm nowhere near closer to figuring out what it actually is. The thing that's weird is that it seems intelligent enough not to be seen and also to respond to me. So that leaves me with the question, what on earth is this? I'm a 17-year-old guy currently living in Phoenix, Arizona. This incident took place around 6 months ago on an overnight trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour drive east of Phoenix. I don't really want to say the exact location, but it was pretty creepy what happened. Anyway, this particular trail I was taking was an 8-mile loop through the canyon. Pretty simple in and out overnight camping trip. I had planned to go with my friend, but a last minute cancel on this part left me on my own. So, with a backpack ready and car ready, I decided to go on my own, not leaving the home on time and having some trouble actually navigating through the forest roads. I didn't arrive to the trailhead until around 5:45. For those of you who don't go backpacking, this is a very big no-no. I have about a 4-mile hike until I arrived at my planned camping spot, and it was getting dark fast, so I figured if I move quickly enough I could get in at least 2 or 3 miles before I have to find a spot. This strategy left me hiking in the dark on my own for about 15 miles of dirt road between me and anybody else. The hiking in the dark alone is scary, especially being on your own. Eventually it gets so dark that I can only see where my headlamp is pointing, and that's when I figured that I need to stop and get set up. With only using the headlamp as my light source and trying to move quick, I ended up in a less than ideal spot, but there was definitely some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a fire circle, so it appeared as though that there had been people there, but not recently. My first priority was getting a fire going. I scanned the area around me and was able to find some dry wood, and I get the fire going. I got my tarp set up and crack open an old chili mac I had brought myself and was very much looking forward to eating. I was feeling good, my camp was set up and my food was on the fire. The feeling of uneasiness from the hike had almost gone away now, but still remained somewhat. To fully understand what happened, I have to explain to you how my camp is set up. So I picked a small clearing surrounded by large pine trees with about 30 feet above me. Now, when you're in the woods and have a fire going, the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything around the edge of it is pitch black, as though it's not actually there. I was sitting on the ground, eating my dinner, when a small rock about the size of a marble was thrown into my direction. I look at this tiny rock in shock, as I'm positive that I was the only person there on the trail that night. I immediately turn my light on and towards the area where I've seen the rock come from, but due to the density of the pines and brush, I could only see about 10 feet in front of me. I spent about 15 minutes in disbelief as I scanned the tree line that was surrounding me and try and figure out who's thrown the rock at me, though not daring to go far from the fire. in hindsight, it offered me a false sense of security. After sitting back down and spending the rest of my time on high alert, I am able to convince myself that I had somehow kicked the rock or it fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror of which would unfold. It got the better of me. I woke up to the sound of rustling leaves, barely audible if you aren't searching for it specifically. Still in a sleepy daze, I listen as the rustling of leaves gets harder and I assume that they're moving away from me. I went to grab my handheld flashlight that I had next to me when falling asleep, but the more I looked, the more scared I got, and I realised that it's no longer there. I stood up in my sleeping bag, ducked out of the top and looked around. I was able to see a light coming from off in the woods. It couldn't have been more than 15 feet away. It's my flashlight, laying on the ground in a pile of leaves. This is one of the few moments in my life where that I've really been scared. The flashlight I'd left sitting right next to me, and I'd fallen asleep not only a few hours ago, and it's now 15 feet away from me past the tree line in the woods. I hurriedly get my boots on, clutching my knife, and I have my head on a constant swivel. I weigh the options. I stay here, or wait out the night, or attempt the hike back, which is 3 miles in the dark. I figured that whatever or whoever was out there definitely got the better advantage on me, especially if I don't have the light, so I decided to stay there, right there. Now eventually, it came back. I could hear walking through the woods. It was far off, but I could hear it. It sounded like somebody walking lazily by, basically like they're strolling around without a worry in the world. Now this went on for a good 3 or 4 hours until I listened to the steps getting closer and closer until they're only about 7 feet from me. At this point the fire had gotten very small and I ran out of wood in my pile. The footsteps stopped and everything went totally silent. I lay there still for 2 hours clutching my knife and prayed that I wouldn't hear anything else. I stayed like that until the sun cast enough light that I could see that I'm alone in the campsite. I packed my things and speed walked the 3 miles back down the trail I'd taken. I arrived at the empty dirt road where my car was parked and nearly sprint there and jump in. I didn't stop until I put 20 miles between me and that place. I stop at a gas station in an Apache junction to buy a Red Bull and mostly just see another person. As I exit the store, I see on the dust on the window of my car writing saying sleep well. A lot of weird things have happened to me on various adventures through the Arizona, but this was by far the weirdest and most scary that I wanted to share. There is a seriously deranged weird person out there in the woods. I hate the fact that they got so close to me while I was asleep. Now the following happened to me and a friend who also happened to be a park ranger. This actually happened from when we were much younger. Now we like to go exploring and doing different things similar. I'm not going to say it was something we were supposed to do, but often we do trespassing and whatnot. Because hey, when you're young you don't really think of how you could have consequences of things. I was probably about 17 or 18 at the time, so to be honest I wasn't necessarily that young. I was just kind of a bit silly and naive. The person this happened with I don't actually speak to anymore, just because of relocation, so sorry that I don't have too much more to provide on this. But basically, we had the grand old idea at the park that we'd always go to, that we should actually do some exploring once I've locked it and go into the forest. Yeah, I seriously don't know what we were trying to find, but at the time it seemed like a really good idea to do. So we decided that we would just hang around there for a while, and at least get an idea of when the security come. And basically at the exact same time they would lock up this place. They would basically close you into this area. All you had to do was hop over the gate and you had a beautiful forest to go and explore in. Again, no real objective with this, but we decided we're going to need some binoculars, maybe some water bottles, and that was it. It wasn't going to take us long to get home anyway, so we didn't have an issue with this. And one day, we decided now was the time to actually do it. So what we decided to do is when we were over there and we knew they were locking it up, we would go and hide under this big tree. It was a pretty cool one, kind of out of the way near an old cabin, so they would rarely go up to here. They would drive around though, so we sit and wait. We can see everybody else leaving here in their cars, all of the hikers and backpackers and whoever else. And there we are waiting. We wore mostly black clothes, so it made us a lot harder to be seen. Now the car eventually comes around to where we are, and I'm almost certain that they noticed us. They seem to stop for a second, but continue on anyway. Now we stayed under there for probably another good 10 minutes, and we can hear them lock up. There we are. We're here now. We made it. What to do next? Well, we slowly come out from the tree in our hiding and kind of have a good explore around. I don't know why the whole vibe just felt so much different being there in the dark. Weirdly, it was almost like meditation, and it was really like your mind become completely free. I think it might have been because of how quiet it was. We were completely oblivious to the potential danger around us, but hey, there's only so much we can do now. So we ended up going over to some benches and stuff, but eventually we get pretty bored and decide to go a bit further, and we go to the perimeter of where we are. They'd locked up the area that actually takes you into the forest, which was a bit of a bummer, but it didn't matter. We could literally just climb over. There used to be a big hole in this gate thing, but they covered it up. It was like they would cover it up all the time, then people would just open it again. I don't know why. I make it over safely, and so does my friend. Now we have a large hill to go up before we get to the main part of the forest. Now luckily we make it over here, and now we're into the other part. Now again, I don't know why I thought this was a good idea, or my friend did too, but we're ready to explore the big woods on our own in the dark. So we set off basically following the main trail. We still had the common sense to say that we shouldn't get too lost out here, because not only did our parents not know what we were doing, but we didn't know too, so we decided just to follow the path. Luckily there's some railings which really helped us guide our way through here, and again, it doesn't make too much of an issue. Though eventually this does disappear, and now we're kind of deep into it. We probably go for about another 20 minutes or so before eventually we see something. There's some construction gear out in here. Now we're out in the middle of nowhere in the woods, and we think this is pretty odd, but we decide to proceed anyway and try and figure out what it is. It's bizarre because this equipment looks like it's 100-year-old, maybe even more. I've never seen anything like it. We were still quite cautious though, just in case there were others around, and have our bearings and wits about us, but there seems to be nobody at all. Again, we think it's pretty odd, but proceed once more. We're basically exploring all around and nothing's really happening, so we decide to go on. That's when we notice it. There's people further up ahead, and they're clearly mining or something. We thought it'd be cool just to watch and see what they're doing. Again, their clothes look quite dated, and both of us think this is rather bizarre. But we just proceed on. It seems almost like they're completely oblivious to us being there. Something just felt odd. We can't actually see them too well too, considering how dark it is, but they've got their fires and stuff going. Kind of like the barrel ones, but different. Now eventually we get quite bored and turn on one of our flashlights, and that's when we hear it. Someone screams, "Hey, hey," and something in a language that neither of us understand. We then hear dogs and start panicking, and we hear some kind of commotion. We both look at each other and turn around. We both start sprinting in the direction that we've come. Now, I'm the first one to get up the hill, but my friend isn't able to. He's a little bit slower, so I have to wait for him to go around. He eventually does so, and we both find our way back to the main part of the park and jump the fence. I want to sprint, but my friend is out of breath, so we both take our time and eventually head back home. We're both very shaken by the incident. However, the weird part is what come next. Probably about 2 years later, we're both extremely curious as to what was actually over there. Also because there's no history of mining that we're aware of or any operations that happened here recently. Now, eventually we make it back over to the site and we can't see anything. There's literally no signs of mining or anything whatsoever. That's until my friend spots it. There's some old gravestones. We then realise that we're standing in some kind of makeshift territory, and we realise that it's an old miner's grave, and the date was almost 100 years ago. Now I can't say too much for certain, but it's almost like we'd stepped into their world, one that was different from our own. This happened many years ago, in the summer of '87. At the time I was 19, and my best friend was 18. We were visiting her boyfriend at his house, which was situated basically in a wooded area next to a large field, in a very rural tobacco growing area in the south. It was dark out, but you could see fairly well because the sky was clear and full of stars. She and I are resting on the front porch with our feet resting on the steps. We're just talking and laughing when all of a sudden we saw a round, brightly lit object just a few feet above the tree, maybe 30 or so in front of us and about 50 above us, hovering just at the treetops. It had red and white lights all around it, but still wasn't bright enough. Then it gave more of a bright glow. The lights were flashing a lot and we just sat there silently. We don't make any noise at all. Now this thing was like it was sitting there watching us. We didn't feel afraid, mainly because we're fascinated and curious as to what it could possibly be. We sat there whispering back and forth, trying to figure out what it was for a good 3 to 4 minutes, with her boyfriend opening the door finally to come out, and we turned and told him to hurry and come and look at this. He reached out and flipped on the porch light before he could even get out from under the porch light to see it. It then went straight up, about 20 feet-ish, and then zipped out of sight, diagonally. Then it disappeared completely in maybe a matter of 3 seconds. Her boyfriend and his brother had previously told us that they'd worked in the middle of the night a few years ago, and had seen some bright lights coming from their bedroom window. They thought it was police cars, but when they looked out the window, they saw a round, brightly lit object, hovering in a field above the trees, maybe 10 feet above the ground. Nobody believed them because they were kids. We even laughed it off until our encounter. Needless to say, neither of us had seen anything like it before, and I've never seen anything like it since. Now my husband believes me, and we've spent many nights looking into the sky to see anything like it again, but we haven't. This is something that happened to me when I was about 15 years old and was staying at my friend's house. I still get spooked just thinking about it, and I thought I might share it. I think it was on a Saturday that we were watching old movies, playing video games, or whatever he suggested that we'd do, like going for a walk in the forest and whatnot. I was bored and thought, why not? He said there were some old abandoned houses in the woods that I had never been to before or heard about before. I thought that was pretty cool, and he told me that he could show me around. So we headed out, and I brought a flashlight with me because it's getting dark. We began to walk through a trail surrounded by some unusually tall trees. This trail was getting deeper and deeper into the woods, and was soon not much more than tall grass, stones and trees. We had walked around for 30 or 40 minutes when it started getting really dark. I then asked if he was sure that we're going in the right direction when I suddenly noticed a small Dutch colonial style house peeking out of the trees. It was white and I think it had some kind of porch on it. It appeared deteriorated and truly abandoned from the outside. I turned around and noticed that my friend wasn't there anymore. I thought he was playing around with me, so I just kept casually walking towards the house and pretended that I didn't care. I looked through one of the windows and didn't see anything, but I heard a distinctive giggle above me. The weird thing is that it definitely sounded like a middle-aged woman, not my friend. I was a bit frightened and call out my friend's name, but he doesn't answer. I was so scared and angry that I yelled it really loud. The next thing that happened is something I can only describe as hell breaking loose. I heard a woman crying and wailing loudly and letting out these horrifying guttural screams. I didn't even know where it come from, but I was too terrified to do anything. Besides running, I go straight through the woods. Occasionally I tripped over rocks and stuff and ended up getting a big scar on the back of my lower leg. I reached the road and I think I'm about 15 minutes or so away from seeing a car, and luckily I find one. The guy was nice enough to drive me home and said, "Do I need help because I'm bleeding?" Here's a kicker though. I checked my phone and my friend had sent me 2 messages saying why did I leave and where was I. I was happy that he was alive and I asked him if he's still in the woods. He didn't know what I was talking about and said he's been home the whole day. I thought he was joking, but I saw the first 2 messages were sent around the time when he should have been in the woods already. It's been many years since, and we're not hanging out anymore, but he maintained for a long time that he didn't go into the woods with me and that he was home the whole day when I suddenly just left without warning while he was in the bathroom. He said that he didn't know about any home in the woods either. So I'm not exactly a paranormal believer per se, though I have had a couple of experiences while hunting or hiking that I can't necessarily explain rationally. The most unnerving one probably happened 7 to 8 years back. Now normally, I would hunt on some property that my family owns. Don't even remember the reason anymore that I decided to hunt on public land this time. Probably just a change of scenery. I remembered that it was evening in fall, but fairly uncharacteristically warm that day. I got to the access road and pulled off to the spot that everybody pulls off to park and walk in, and noticed that there's a couple of old boys already there. Nothing too weird about them, except there's no truck or vehicle for them to have pulled in on. They didn't have guns with them, but they're dressed in hunter orange, but at this time, I figured that they're backpackers or campers. At the time, we're not too far away from this spot in a campground, so it's not uncommon for folks to spend weeks away from their family for some peace or quiet to go to a hunting trip. Anyway, they seemed friendly enough and there was absolutely nothing said to make them seem any different than hundreds of other fellows I've met hunting. They're basically some hillbillies from the sounds of it, and we talked for a couple of minutes and they shot off. And I sat on my phone for a bit trying to give them a head start because I was afraid they'd drive off some of the squirrels. Except I clearly didn't wait long enough. Probably like 10 minutes up the trail, it curved to the left and I heard noises coming from directly ahead. It sounded bigger than a squirrel, but also it didn't seem like any animal that should be there. When I crept off the path ground and started to drop so I'd be able to look down and see my new pals, I realised that nothing's acting right. This is going to be hard to explain without a visual, but they were just moving, but not like normal people. Their movements were jerky, almost like they'd forgotten how to walk and things like their knees and joints weren't able to bend. I didn't stick around too long because it was terrifying. I backed away slowly and quietly to the trail and then get into my car, then driving off. Now, I've spoken with several open-minded outdoorsmen in the area, and they think maybe they're on drugs, but I don't know. It just seems a lot different to the movement of people on drugs and looks very unnatural and scary. Okay, so I live in the woods around the Carolines. I am just playing soccer outside and it's just me and my dog, and I suddenly hear some noise. I realise then that it's music. I have no idea where it come from, but it sounded like wind chimes. It sounds like there's multiple, but it got creepier. I was tempted to follow it, but I did not know what it was. I was freaked out and went back to my house. Come out a few hours later and I can still hear it coming from the woods. It suddenly stops again just as soon as it started, and now I'm totally freaked out. I'm from a different country, and I'm similar to what you guys call a park ranger, but with some subtle differences. Now basically, similar to a park ranger, I would have an area that I would have to cover and take shifts during my job. Often we didn't have too many crazy things happen. The biggest issue that we would find was when people would be lost out in the snow, they could literally freeze to death if they couldn't get help. It can be very difficult to get a fire going whenever there's snowfall, so this is something we're often very careful of. Now, there was one particular day that I was on my patrol like normal. Everything was normal and I didn't find anything, so I headed into the station for the day. As I headed in, I got word of apparently a potential missing persons, but also to be advised that this person's a little bit off and potentially armed. We were basically getting called in from the HQ to say be very careful because this situation feels a bit weird and this person may potentially be hostile. Apparently some people had been really scared of this person who encountered them. They said they wouldn't talk sense when they're encountered, and they would have something in their hand at all times, often concealed in their jacket. So yeah, that was what I had to investigate. I didn't feel very confident in doing so, and to be honest I was pretty annoyed because the day was going very well up until this point. So, with not much of a choice, I set out looking for this person, thinking maybe they're completely deranged and we can try and get them somewhere to get help. So I begin. Now as I set out, the snow clouds have formed again, but there's not really much snow now. I make my way across the main path and I can see that there's no other footprints around here, so obviously there's nobody else about, which is quite a good thing for me. I start to head downhill and the trees around me are absolutely massive. The good thing is it blocks any wind perfectly, so I'm not actually too cold. Plus where I am, if I start sliding and falling it'll be quite funny because I'll go quite far before I stop, but I'll cover lots of ground that way. I mean man, I'm almost half tempted to do it because it'll make my search much quicker. Now, while I'm walking, I notice there's some strange markings on some of the trees. They look similar to our own ones, which mark the path that people go onto, but they're subtly different. It's almost like somebody's tried to copy our version, or it's like a fake version, which somebody's just spray painted onto the trees without a stencil. It's pretty weird. I call into the base and ask if we put any new ones down, and they confirm that there shouldn't be anything here. That's a little odd. I think maybe, just maybe, someone was here and was using it as a marker to find the way back to civilization if needed, but I can't really be too sure. So I make a mental note of it and continue walking, and then I find another marker which is really strange. I get just past the second one, and I realise one of the trees has fallen recently. I get right up to the bottom of it, and there's some axe marks there. This is weird because this area is pretty well protected and I know you definitely can't do that. I start to think maybe these people were doing some illegal logging and they don't want to be caught. Yeah, it makes more sense to me now. I know I have to be cautious because some of these guys are a little bit crazy where I live, and I don't know, living out in the isolation and snow can really take its toll on you if you're not prepared for it. But looking around I can see the snowfall's still fresh, so there's nothing really to worry about. For some reason in this moment I felt relatively lonely. I don't know why, I just felt it suddenly. It was kind of hard to describe. It felt basically like I was miles and miles away from people, which is really bizarre because usually I never feel this out here. Yes, I'm only a radio away from help, but that doesn't make you feel close to people here. I'm suddenly interrupted as another one of these markings comes parallel to our own ones, the sort of fake version that I saw before. That's really odd. Maybe they were marking trees that they wanted to cut down, but if this was the case, they were absolutely crazy to mark it next to where they know that we're going. Again, something that doesn't make sense. I can see another one just off another tree parallel to the original one I saw it on, and I think this is really weird. I know that I have to keep moving now and try and cover some new ground, but I'm not feeling very confident. I eventually break away into a new area which is away from where those markers are, and I actually start to feel a lot better. I'm being very careful of where I'm going because it's very easy to get lost in situations like these. Another thing you have to be careful of is if you slip and fall, you can really easily get hurt, and people don't consider that if you don't move much trying to tend to a wound, you can get cold very quickly, so I'm very cautious of this. I keep checking in on my radio periodically just so the team back at the base know that I'm okay. I ask if anyone else has seen anything and I get negative. This is strange. Now, just as I round the corner, I can suddenly see somebody standing dead still in the centre of the path. They're not moving at all, and strangely don't seem to have noticed me. I can also see them holding something in their hands. Thinking it's one of the other guys out here working with me, I quickly put a radio call across, and then they say nobody's here but you, just be cautious, okay? I say Roger, and call out to the person. I say, hey, I'm here to help you, are you okay? And there's nothing. I say it again, I'm here to help you, and I don't hear a thing. The weirdest thing is that this person doesn't move whatsoever. They literally just stand there completely still, holding whatever it is up ahead of me. Now, I'm getting a little bit worried now, but I have to go forward to investigate. I mean, it's literally a part of my job. For some reason, when I start to advance, the trees feel somehow more menacing than before. I know this person hasn't come off the path because from where I'm standing I can't see any footprints in the snow. So that leads me to my next question for myself. Where did this person come from? I call out hey one more time, somewhat quieter. Not because I'm scared, just because I've advanced a bit further, but this person just stays there, completely still. I then decide just to stay still for a moment, and almost in sync with me, this person just walks off, absolutely ignoring me and the situation almost, which is really bizarre. They go slightly towards a bend and I realise I'm not going to be able to see them soon. It kind of goes up a hill on the left side so you can't really see. There is a large clearing to the right, which is where a frozen lake is, but I'm not going to go there and I know this person isn't. Now with the person out of sight, I felt a little bit more safe and continue onwards. I stop every few seconds and just rest on a tree and try and look for any movement because I don't know if this person is alone or not. When I do so, I don't see much of anything. Now I decide to move to the lake. I can see some tracks here too, like somebody's been skiing or on sleds or something. And I realise that I've got a pretty good vantage point here. I realise that if I continue walking, I should be able to see everything. I'm unsure what to do because I don't know how well frozen that the lake is, so I decide it's best to leave it. As I turn on my hill, the pressure confirms that with a loud crack sound. It's actually quite annoying for me at the time because it makes it easy for the person to know where I am. So anyway, I eventually make it up to where this person should have been, and I can't find much of anything. There are more tracks that lead off into the woods, and I decide that I'm going to have to follow it. Just as I go to turn in the direction where I think the person's gone, I see something on the floor which looks really odd. I can't be certain, but I see something that looks just like blood and a couple of drips of it. So that only means one of two things: either this person's bleeding or an animal is. And neither are good, because A, it would mean there's some kind of illegal hunting, or B, the person's in some kind of trouble and might need some help, or C, I don't know what it is. And that's what my mind went to. Annoyingly, it's my job now to follow the tracks and go into the direction where the blood is, but not before I radio in what's happening. My team says that they're gonna triangulate my position somewhat, and they're gonna send some other guys over, which actually makes me more confident. Again, my team tells me that I must proceed with caution because help isn't that close, and I'm out on my own here. I say roger and continue. Upon my walk, I realise more of these strange markings around. I decide that I should try and count however many there are just so I can report it to the guys later, but I now avoid this and the well-trodden path. I now go into the wild as I follow in the footprints of this person who I can't seem to make contact with. Now, I begin following the tracks for a little while. I must have done so for a good 10 minutes and I don't seem to be getting any closer, which is really odd. Until suddenly, I can just about make out another silhouette further up the path from me. This one doesn't seem to be moving too much. Again, I think this is really strange because there shouldn't really be anyone else out here, and it looks different from the person that I've seen before. It's strange because they seem to vanish off into the trees too. I now see something again which makes my heart skip a beat. There's more blood. There's blood where this person was too, and I can see it from some kind of snowshoe. You know when you can see the footprint of something? Although this one had spikes from obviously being adapted to cold weather. There was a bloody footprint which was leading off further away from me, different from what I'd seen before. The footprints didn't match, and that's really odd. Unsure whether it is an injured person walking around or I just don't know what was happening, I radio it in again, but unfortunately it doesn't go through because the area that I've went to has hills which are basically blocking my radio from working. So now I've got a dilemma. I can go in one of two directions here. I can try and follow the first person or the second. I opt for following the second person. I let out one call trying to get their attention, but nobody replies again. I then decide to follow the footprints, and just before I set off, I can see a silhouette again up on the bridge. Now they've rested something on the side of the bridge, but I can't really see what this is. I pick up the pace a little bit and feel more brave now as I go to investigate what's happening. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm well trained for situations, but I'm really becoming further and further out of my depth here, especially because I don't actually know the territory too well. I eventually get up to the bridge and I can see something resting on it. I can then see lots of blood dripped onto the bottom of something. I then get closer and to my horror, I realise that it's an axe and there's blood dripping from the tip of it. And it looks very fresh. Weirdly, I also can't see any other footprints as I take a moment to look around. I don't know where this person has gone, and I sure as hell don't want to find out anytime soon, but I have to. And then realise that this crazy person must have gone into the flowing stream now. To give you an idea of how insane that is, if you fall in here for less than a minute, you're pretty much dead, and that's just what this person seems to have done. Now, I was excited to at least have some kind of lead, but I knew it's going to be very dangerous to follow them around here. That only means one thing though, that they must have went downstream. Thank God I managed to get radio signal again, and I call in exactly what's happened, and they say they're going to get the police involved, and they say you can head back or keep following, it's up to you. I then somewhat stupidly say that I'm going to head back but decide to investigate a little bit more. I've realised that maybe a crime's just been committed, or at the very least I've killed some kind of animal and I need to at least help. Maybe that was the other person earlier that I saw, I don't know. I head back, now going slightly off the course again, and follow the stream downhill. I follow this until eventually I can see some more footprints leading into the forest once more. I can then see a trail of blood, and I seem to be getting closer because the tracks seem more and more fresh. Just as I think I'm onto a lead, I hear somebody scream out. Now this is an absolutely belching, blood-curdling scream, something like I've never really heard before. It almost doesn't sound human, it was that bad. I then round a corner and I can see what only looks like a crime scene from a horror movie. There's blood everywhere and multiple trees knocked over, and scratching marks on some of the trees. I've never seen anything like it. It literally looked like somebody had been mauled by a bear. Now, what really scared me is that I didn't hear that scream once again. I looked around and I can't see any more tracks, and I'm met with this deep fear in my belly, and my lips go dry as my saliva dries up. I look around and I really can't find any source or body as to what's happened out here. That's what really confuses me. I expected to find a wounded person here that I'd be able to medevac, but nothing. Realising that I've seen enough and starting to feel very sick, I decide that I'm gonna have to trek back the way that I've come. But now I realise I'm just a little bit lost, and I don't know what to do. I decide the best thing to do is have a quick look around to see if there's anybody dying, but there's literally no one. I then realise that I'm probably in a weird situation now, and once again, I hear another sound. This one's completely different. I hear my own name. Thinking it's one of the other workers here, I say, "Oh, thank God you're here. Come help me quick." And then I can see a figure just off in the distance in all black, slowly raising their finger up to their lips to be quiet. A gesture that spoke thousands of words to me, and the most important one was to run. I then turn around, and before you knew it, I was heading back where I'd come from. This wasn't one of the guys I worked with, and this definitely wasn't somebody in trouble. This was something completely different. Somebody was trying to trap me then or there, or somehow wanted me to see whatever had just happened. Now I can never be sure where the source of the blood was, but that person didn't seem to have any on them. I can only imagine that they caused it. I jogged for probably 15 minutes before making it back to one of the main trail paths. I stupidly fell into a frozen over puddle and get very wet, and that annoys me because I think I'm going to start getting frostbite on my toes, and I don't want to lose any toes, but it feels like it's going to happen. I now, funnily enough, have to walk across some boards and bits of wood over some water, which is hideously dangerous, but I don't really have much of a choice now. I sprint, and then I see another body. This time, paralysed with fear, I drop down to the ground and wait. This person's looking around, and I realise that something's different this time. I put my radio onto the lowest volume it goes, and I make contact and say, "Are you there?" And thankfully, they put the radio up to their ear. I say, "Hey, I'm right next to you, and is this?" and one of the other workers' names. But strangely, they don't reply. Thinking maybe I've gone through to the wrong person, I switch channels a couple of times and make it through. I then ask them for the location, and to my horror, they're in a complete different place to me. I then see the person up ahead of me put the radio down and continue walking with something in their hands. They were dressed in camouflage, basically a white sniper's suit kind of thing, this is not something we would wear. They were trying not to be seen. I don't know how long I was on the ground for, but it was cold enough that I couldn't feel my hands and feet. I slowly get up and start to kind of crawl like they do in the military through the woods for a bit longer. I managed to make it out to one more clearing, and then I sprint for a good another 10 minutes. My feet are burning now, and my eyes actually hurt from being out in the snow for so long. I sprint and eventually call in for help, and I ask for a proximity of the closest next worker to me, of which is given. Now seeing this person just coming up over the horizon is like something I'll never forget. I've never felt such relief in my life, almost like I'd become accustomed to the tension and forgot how it was to feel normal. I run over to them and I quickly blurt out everything that's happened, and I have to stop a few times and repeat myself because I'm not really talking cohesively. I then explain there's lots of people out there and I think something horrible's happened. This worker then informs me that the police are also dealing with this situation and there's quite a big search, and he quickly takes me over to his truck and gets me warm again. I sit there drinking coffee with him for a little bit as we listen on the radio, and we hear one of the law enforcement say that they've located a body. That was enough to send chills down my spine, and suddenly I didn't feel so warm from the coffee. A couple of hours later, I have to give a statement to the police of what happened, and can you believe this? They thought I might have been one of the suspects. It was only after I gave my full statement that they realised it wasn't my fault. I then say to them, "What did you find?" And they don't tell me too much, but they just say that they found a body that they're trying to identify, and they were murdered with definitely some kind of blunt weapon like an axe. I then explain exactly where it should be, and they say to leave the rest with them. We did eventually get an update from the law enforcement who says that other than finding the body, they went to that exact bridge and couldn't find any forensics, and also not the axe. That was to my absolute shock, because I saw it right there with my own eyes. They say they saw some footprints leading off of the trail and into the water, but not much else. They think somebody gone back there to clean up the scene. And shockingly, they never found the blood site that I found myself. My work were very supportive and understood why I needed a long time off, and thankfully supported me in changing jobs. It's something I don't really like thinking about much to this day, but from the conversations with my bosses and law enforcement, we think that there are a couple of killers out there who were targeting the hiker who they managed to get, then also myself, and they were using radios to communicate with each other to find me, and I must have just escaped. It's something that still haunts me to this day, and I know it's something I'll never forget. How could I? Red River Gorge is a beautiful and huge park full of wildlife, rock climbing, waterfalls and dense forests, gorges and beautiful views. The place feels truly isolated, disconnected from the rest of the world. One evening, my boyfriend D and I decided to go camping at the gorge. We went out and tried to find a campground that was as backwards as possible. Sites were spread far from each other. Our site, that was on the edge of a very steep drop-off. We arrived at sunset and quickly set up. By the time we fully set up, the sun had set, and we began making a fire. About 20 minutes into relaxing, we began to hear howling that doesn't go away, and it doesn't sound like it's far from us. We're both freaked out by the realization that there were wolves nearby, but we tried to not overreact and continued to sit by our fire. 10 minutes later, I start hearing a faint yelling about 15 feet away past the cliff's edge. Now, I told Dee to be quiet and listen, and we're both frozen out of fear. A woman was now screaming. I couldn't make out any words at that point, but it was a deep, gurgling shriek, a noise that I've never heard a person make in my life before. Then I heard it. She was screaming, "Help, please someone help. Someone please help me," repeating this over and over again, howling at the top of her lungs. I'm terrified. She could have been turned around in the dark and fallen off the cliff. She could have been attacked by wolves or a bear or bitten by a snake. At this point we both sprinted into my car, frantically climbing inside, locking the doors. I tried calling the police but have no service. I threw the car in reverse and sped down the dirt road to find anyone that could help. The shrieks continued. I didn't make it far before I found 3 young men standing on the edge of the forest. I slowed down and cracked my window, still hearing that woman begging for help, and asking the men if they heard that. How could they have not heard it? I told them it was a young woman screaming in the forest. Then, 2 of them went sprinting into the darkness. Without questioning me or anything, the other one just stood by my car, assuring me he had no idea what was happening. While the 2 men were somewhere in the forest, I drove further down the dirt road until I found a spot to turn around at. When I came back, the screaming had stopped, and the men were back by the side of the road. I slowed down and asked them where the woman was, and one of the men that had run into the woods said, "Don't worry, it was actually just a kid messing around." I just said okay. I drove back as quickly as possible. We left the campsite and went straight home. Once out of the woods, we called the local police station multiple times to no answer. I know it wasn't a child. I've never heard such primal screams in my life. It made my skin crawl and my heart race just thinking about it. What did those men do that night? What was I a witness to? I live just where farmland meets the edge of the suburbia, on an island off the coast of BC. The climate here is sub-temperate rainforest, so the natural and untouched landscape is incredibly wild, dense and lush. I'm keen on endurance cycling, and I take full advantage of the trail network in the forest surrounding my area. I work long hours, so most of my winter rides are in complete darkness with my trusty trail light. One section of my home trail winds through a rainforest bog full of hundreds of trees. They're huge. It's absolutely beautiful in daytime. It feels like a magical place with shafts of sunlight piercing the fog, hundreds of different species of flora, and there's so many wild animals out there. It's really beautiful. Now at nights, my gut starts tightening as the thought of passing through this mile-long section of trail appears. One day about a year ago, I was lucky enough to get a chance to go for a ride through it, so I took it. It was cold and very rainy, with few other people out on the trail. I had packed thermos of hot coffee in my backpack, and I thought the rainforest-style bog was the best place to take a rest as any. Now, I chill out. I have an interest in botany, so I was looking closely at the lynches growing off of the huge Douglas fir. But suddenly, I felt distinctly not alone. No biggie. Lots of people use the trail, although not many are out there that day because the weather's so wet and cold. And that's when I heard it. A meow. That's odd because this isn't a good place for a cat to be alone. We have cougars and bears, but I hear a meow again. Except this time, it was canned and robotic sounding, like somebody playing a bad audio file of a cat. My gut starts to clench. It just sounded wrong somehow, and I can't figure out why. My hands were shaking when I unzipped my backpack to put my coffee thermo back in. I felt waves of nausea roll over me, and the air suddenly felt dense and thick. I was in a rainforest surrounded by trees and moss, but I felt like I can't get enough oxygen. I hadn't seen anyone for at least 10 miles, and I was distinctly aware of how far I was, and I couldn't really get any cell reception here either. Now, I hear the same meow again, but this time closer. I've never heard a cat like this before. It sounded like an imitation of a cat or a person saying meow. It was so tiny, cold and robotic. I now know that without hesitation, it's time for me to go immediately. I was panicked on the inside, but can't show fear, so I casually slung my leg over my bike and start riding. As soon as I got out of the bog, I ride the rest of the way home like a bat out of hell, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. I can't see anything. I will never forget this experience for as long as I live. I've had some pretty disturbing things happen on my night rides, but nothing ever like this. I hate the fact that clearly something was imitating a cat, and I'm sure it was a recording. God knows who was out that deep into the forest too. I just hope I don't encounter this again. I used to love going for long hikes in the forest near where I live. I usually did it on summer's evenings. Yeah, I know this probably isn't the safest thing to do, but I always had my hunting rifle on me anyway. I mean, I'd be stupid not to. All it takes is one wild animal to go for you, and if you're unarmed, good luck to you. So anyway, I set out one summer's evening. I had my iPod playing some really chill songs and I felt really good about myself. I can't really get cell phone signal where I go because the trees cover it, but I like listening to my music. Now I was a good 40 minutes into my hike. There was enough moonlight for me to see where I was going. That's how I normally planned my hikes, when the moon was out of its brightest on the most clear days, so I can see everything. I'm really enjoying myself this night. I found true tranquility. I decided to stop for a minute, take off my headphones, and just pour out some of the hot chocolate I had in my flask. Now the second I do this, I have the feeling that I'm not alone, and I can't describe this feeling. It's almost like I'm comfortable in my own presence, but I don't want to be joined by anyone else, and this unsettles me. I just think I'm just being a little paranoid. I say to myself, thank God I've got my rifle, and I could have sworn I heard a laugh afterwards. No, it must have been just an animal, surely. So I go about drinking my hot chocolate. As I do so, and I'll never forget this, I hear someone whisper behind me, "Mind if I have some?" And a terrifying laugh follow. Now the next few seconds is a complete blur as I fumble, fall over getting up, grab my rifle, and scream myself and sprint in the complete opposite direction to where I heard the voice and back onto the trail. I try and scream out that I have a gun, but I can't get the words out. What's worse is I hear rustling behind me. I continue sprinting up the trail, only to slip temporarily again, and now on my back. I lay there wondering whether it's better to pretend I'm still. I look behind me, and I can see what appears to be the butt of a cigarette lit in the distance. Well, looks like I'm going to keep moving then. I get up again, and scream I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it. What's worse, I'm sure I hear laughter in the distance after saying this. I sprint all the way back to my car. I don't even bother going back for my flask for anything. I immediately get on my radio and call it into the park rangers in the area, who say they're going to check it out and they want me to show them exactly where it is. I say you've got no chance and speed out of there. And the whole drive home, I can't stop thinking, who in their right mind was out there? How long were they stalking me for, and what on earth did they want? They clearly weren't mentally sane, whoever or whatever this was. Now, I don't believe in the paranormal, but this could have easily been something like that, because why would you be out there with no torch or anything? Maybe it is an insane person. All I know is that I never got to the bottom of it, and I never went out on my own in the woods at night again. I come from a big country family. We live on a farm. We raise our own food and meat animals, and we hunt and process. My dad's first cousin is even a licensed taxidermist, so we get a lot of hunting in. For a bit of backstory, on the homestead I grew up on and that we still live in, it was my parents, my pop's first cousin and his wife, me and my 4 sisters, and my 4 female second cousins. So 4 adults and 9 kids. And sometimes my pop's brothers come to stay with us too, especially during the hunting season. So hunting season is on, and my pops and his brother and the cousins we live with are all getting ready to go hunting. Some of the kids decide to tag along with me, my sister and my cousin. We get permission from one of my uncle's friends to hunt his lands away, and it's basically on several hundreds of acres of forest. Now, an important fact, during the time we're setting up, my pops and uncles are quiet while the 3 of us kids talk, and my voice hasn't changed. This is important. Us kids keep chatting away while the adults are just getting louder and feeling more energy while they check out the survival equipment, making sure the guns are clean and working, etc. Now there's a rustling in the thick brush around us, and suddenly 3 creepy looking guys enter the clearing. They literally stop dead. One of them has a hand on his knife on his belt. They're clearly drunk as hell. They kept looking between A and S and my pops and uncle, like debating something. My pops and uncle stand up. Last bit of backstory, every guy in my family is huge. I'm 19 and 6'5". My dad is 6'10" and 280 pounds, Jesus. Just deeply intimidating men. And so are my uncles. The guys laugh nervously as my Uncle V picks up one of his rifles, pointing it at them. The dudes start running off into the clearing like the devil's after them. My pops immediately says we're clearing out. My uncles don't question it, and neither do we. We're freaking out, and we're totally scared now. I mean, we're taking things down really sloppily, but my pops doesn't say anything about us messing up the camping equipment. When we get back, we instantly call the police, who unfortunately don't take it serious. We also told the owner of the land to be careful of his kids. The craziest thing is that, at that moment I realised A and S and me, with my unchanged voices, are the only voices that these guys would have heard. So they clearly come across here, trying to find some children on their own. Just down the road from where I lived a few years ago, in southeast Australia, is an opening into about 100 acres of woodlands and bush that I frequently went into when I was younger to do the usual things, riding and camping, etc. I was out driving at around 11:30 with my girlfriend, and as we're in the area, I decided to show her the woodlands while we sat in the area, as she enjoys everything to do with nature. And it's still summer, so it's an extremely warm night. I left my car with the light shining into the trees as we weren't going too far in, and it was pitch black inside, and the 2 of us just kind of sat around chatting and just relaxing. She was sitting on a sort of map of the area that had been used before, and there was some plastic around us. I kept getting this feeling like we're being watched though. Now I've read on here a few people have said that they felt like they're in danger, although nothing around them was off. Everything was fine, apart from the feeling I had, and I just can't explain it. After lighting another cigarette, my nerves are calmed. I scan the tree line again and realise that it looked different than before. It was only after starting into the dark that I saw that there was now moonlight, lighting up all around us, and I can see a black shape blocking where we come from before. This I didn't see before. I've got goosebumps just typing this, but the only way to describe it is that all sound just ceased and everything went dead silent for a few seconds. I had this disgusting feeling of dread coming over me as I saw motion in the dark path, as something literally crawls towards us on all fours. Now, I've seen nearly every animal in the outback here, and we don't have any large predators like in the US or Europe, but somehow I knew this thing was a predator, and it wasn't hiding from us, and it starts slowly coming towards us, clearly hunting. Now, I don't know if my girlfriend saw it or not, as it was kind of dark, but I saw that thing get off on its two legs, just staring at us. Now, I'm 6'4", and this thing was about another half meter larger than me, with arms that were far too long. I mean, they're literally reaching the ground. I'm terrified now. All I can make out was an off-white, almost yellowish fur colour it had, and a strange wolf-like head. I wasn't able to move as it stared at me, but it's at this point that my girlfriend gasped, which seems to break the silence between us. I grab her arm, and we sprint to the car, slam into the doors. This thing is tearing after us too. We both screamed. We tear out of there quick, not even looking back. It took us half an hour to calm down enough to talk about what we had seen. We both discussed it many times and know what we saw wasn't fake. We still have no explanation to it to this day. It's really scared me, and I've never went back to that area since. I always used to go camping a few years ago. I stopped doing it as much recently because of work, but I still get out there on the odd occasion, and I love it. I never had anything weird happen to me while I was actually camping. Some of the strangest things would happen when I was driving. It was never too bad. I'd just see strange lights in the sky, but I was sure that was just because I was tired. There was one thing I could never explain though, however. So I was driving back from a camping trip one summer's evening when I see somebody standing in the road. I don't know what they're doing, so I slowly drive up to them. They're not facing me, they're facing directly away from me. I turn my lights on to try and let them know that I'm there, but they don't move. I stop my car and get out and I say, "Hey bud, I need you to move out of the road for me please, is everything okay?" And I'm not kidding you, the second I finish my sentence, they fall to the ground. Well, I say they, all of their clothes do. It's almost like somebody just disappeared. I rub my eyes and I'm sure that I'm just sleep deprived and hallucinating, and I get back in my truck and slowly drive towards it. To my horror, I can see only a pool of blood exactly where I thought the person was standing, but it's dried blood like it's been there for weeks. I have no idea what it is. I immediately do a U-turn, scream to myself for what felt like an eternity, and get the hell out of there. To this day, I still have no idea what happened or who that was. There was nowhere for them to have run, and if they did, I would have saw footsteps in the dirt. There was neither. The drive home from work was always a long one for me. I had to drive through miles of woodland roads completely on my own. It was about an hour's drive, but I got used to it. I used to get finished on my night shift at about 10 o'clock, and I'd always turn on the radio and just enjoy my drive. There was one cold winter's night in December that really shook me up though, however. So I'm about 10 minutes into the drive, trying to demist my dashboard, when suddenly I have a feeling come over me like I'm being watched, and I can't shake it. It's a weird feeling, but it went away after a few minutes, and as I'm driving, I suddenly realise that I've lost my power steering. That's odd. It normally comes on again if this happens, which it rarely does, but then I see my lights go off and my engine cut out. It was almost like somebody let off an EMP in the atmosphere. Everything just stops, and I crawl to a halt. I'm confused out of my mind, but I'm not scared. Now as I'm sitting there, I become aware of just how dark it is around me. It's literally pitch black because of the trees. 10 seconds later, the radio comes on, and I can hear a staticky voice saying, "Please don't be scared." And suddenly, my engine comes back on without me turning the ignition, and everything else goes back to normal. Needless to say that I was terrified in this moment. I drive back home as quick as I possibly can. Nothing like it ever happened since, and I still have no explanation to it to this day. I grew up in the south. There's tons and tons of beautiful places to see that haven't been taken over by concrete yet. It's nice. But along with that, it's pretty boring. Being a teenager and wanting to go out and have fun led to mostly improvising with your buddies and hoping that something good can come out of the night. There wasn't really a local spot to go and hang out at, like a club or cool bar, and the places that were close to us were boring, because we'd went to them so often. I'm sure if you've ever lived in a rural area, you can understand it. Something that I found a ton of enjoyment in as a team was just cruising around super late at night listening to music. I would fill up my gas tank, grab something to drink, and I'd just drive off until the sun comes up. It was a way to clear my head and relax. Those country roads are always fun to drive down at 2 AM, and was just also the right amount of spooky. I don't know why that made me laugh. Well, one night, I absolutely got more than I bargained for. I can't remember what month it was exactly, but I knew for a fact it was in the summertime, because I was out of school, and I also remember it being a comforting, chilled night. So, if I was to guess, it was probably around July or August. I was cruising around like I always did, and was completely worry-free. I had music blaring, and I'm in my zone. I decided to head down and park just out of boredom. This particular park is at the end of a very long stretch of desolated country road, but 'tis a really pretty drive because of that. When I say desolate country road, I don't mean that it's some dirt road that goes through the woods or anything crazy. It's a normal paved road, but there really is nothing on it after a certain point. The entire road takes about 20 minutes to drive down, and to get to the park after about 10 minutes into the drive. That's where the houses start spreading out further and further before there's none, and just a road leading to a park. I think a lot of the reason I like this drive is, at night, it's so creepy, and there's really no getting over that. I love the adventure of it. Now the park isn't open for camping or anything. It's mostly just lots of land with walking trails and biking trails set up through miles of woodland. So obviously it's around 3 AM in the morning. It's pretty dead. I made it there and just did a slow normal loop around the park. The night before it stormed so badly. So I remember my parents and I had to take shelter because of the threat of a tornado. There ended up being no tornado, but the storms were pretty rough. Because of it, I come up on a fallen tree in the road that looped around to the exit of the park that must have been caused by the storm. It wasn't some massive tree or anything, but I knew for a fact that there was no way it could have gotten there from a car, obviously. It was pitch black everywhere besides the front of my car because of my headlights, and because of that, I immediately ruled out backing up the entire way. I just drove when I entered the park. I knew that this was super dangerous and there was no way. At this point on the road, there was flat land on each side of me. I figured that it would make the most sense just to back up to the grass beside me, just a little, and then drive back the way I come. It was a one-way loop around the park, but I wasn't really worried about going out and the wrong way because it's so late. So now I start to back off the road so I can get my car to turn around. All was good until I pull off onto the road. I totally didn't take into account how wet the grass was and the amount of mud there is. My car went absolutely nowhere. My back tyres are completely stuck and were spinning in places where I didn't think they could. I start getting scared now. It really isn't the most ideal of situations to be in. I immediately take my cell phone out of my pocket and saw that I had service, which comes as a massive relief. I call my parents and tell them what's happening and where I was. I'm pretty annoyed, but they said that they're going to pay for the tow truck to get me. My parents both drove their small 4-door sedans, and they said that they would be zero help in the situation that I'm in. It was about 45 minutes away from my home and most of human civilization, so I was pretty sure I'm going to be stuck there for at least an hour before someone comes to get me. It's a freaky feeling. But I try getting out of my head and just continue listening to music and playing on my phone. Not really a lot I can do. After I kind of calmed down from the initial anger I had, I started to check out my surroundings. I didn't even notice at first because everything's going on, but in front of my car's placement was a field that's full of deer. It's the most I've ever seen in my life. There legitimately must have been 40 deer just walking around eating grass. The field wasn't directly in front of my car, but if I was to get out and throw a rock, I would have easily hit one. So if I'm gonna guess, they're probably about 30 yards away. I watch them for a little bit, but I'm quickly over it and start browsing through my socials on my phone. They seem to have been over it quicker than I was because they all go back to eating grass after figuring out I'm not going to attack them. After browsing my phone for 15 minutes, I finally get a call back from my parents letting me know that the tow truck guy's coming. He's about an hour and a half away. Still to this day, I remembered hearing that and thinking, "You've got to be kidding me." I understood that me and only me is the reason that I'm in this situation, so I can't complain. But I mean, come on. I decide that the smartest thing to do now is to make sure all the doors are locked and lay back and sleep for a bit. So that's what I do. Okay, here we go. So I wake up 45 minutes later to the feeling of being watched. I'm not sure if anyone has ever experienced it before. I don't know how common it is, but it's almost like a sixth sense was going off in my head telling me I need to wake up. Now. Waking up to that feeling in that situation is horrifying. I sit up and immediately check my surroundings to see nothing. I look through my car very quickly for any kind of weapon and find a pocket knife. A pocket knife. Great. I'm really scared now, even though I haven't saw or heard from anyone. I was shocked to see that the field of deers in front of me was still full. I don't know anything about the animal, but I guess they were just gonna move. But they're motionless. I call my parents back to see if they've heard anything. I decide not to mention how scared I am because I know it's gonna worry them. And there's no updates from the tow truck guy, so this can't be much worse. The last call just lasted a few minutes, and I felt like an idiot. They both had to wake up for work quickly after, and now they've spent over $100 to try and get me home, and they're worried about me. We hung up, and I looked up from the phone and immediately went from 0 to 100 in a panic. All of the deer in front of me had perked up, staring in the same direction in front of them. Every single one of them. One of them stopped dead in their tracks, standing completely still. The others followed, looking at something. I put my high beams on and stared, waiting for absolutely anything to happen. But there's nothing. I tap my horn real quick. They don't even budge. That's what scares me. They were completely glued to what was in front of them instead of being scared by me. I know they were looking into the woods, but where I was, I can only see them. I can hear my heartbeat, and I grabbed my pocket knife and just waited for something to happen. I would say it was about a minute after I honked. Every single one of them in unison ran the opposite direction that I'm in. And now within 10 seconds, it's completely empty with just me in the field. I'm petrified in fear. I knew that staying in my car would be the safest thing, but I'm now stuck. My head is on a swivel. I'm freaking out in every possible way. I assumed that it's a bear or something, but it could have been absolutely anything. I was convinced at that point that it's the devil himself. I don't know what to do now. I knew that the tow truck was close by, but I have no idea where. I start shaking because of nerves, and just look around me to make sure nothing was by me, and focusing on the field in front of me. I did this for what felt like an actual eternity, sitting in complete silence and darkness in the middle of nowhere, waiting for something to jump out and attack me. Now 15 of the longest minutes of my life go by, and I start to see lights break through the tree line on the road. As it gets closer, I see it's a tow truck guy. The lights on in his truck feel like Jesus coming. He gets up to me and I jump out of the car and say, "Do you have a gun?" I tell him what's happened, and he said something's definitely nearby. He let me know that he grabbed his shotgun in the truck and assured me that it's probably a bear or bobcat. He gave me the whole "they're more scared of you than you're of them" crap. The tree was small enough for him to sort of bulldoze it out of the way, and hooked up my car. He wasn't really listening to what I was saying about the story, but knew I was shaken up from it. The whole time, I still had my eyes glued on the field looking for anything. He was completely done with everything in about 15 minutes, and he told me that to follow his truck out of there and onto the main road's the best bet. I got in my car and was ready more than anything to get out of there. We start to move away from the spot I'm in, and I still have my head on a swivel, completely shaken up. As we're driving away, I look in my rear view, and just out of the way, I could see the partially lit up spot where I was from the vehicle lights. I watch in my rear view mirror as a man comes out of the tree line behind my car and walks into the middle of the road watching us. He's a huge person too. My heart stops. I legitimately start bawling out of fear. I can't see any details of the man. I don't care about that, honestly. The feeling when we're driving away was the worst of my life. He stands there the whole time. Now, he was there watching me, creeping up on me when I'm completely alone for a very long time. Maybe even coming up to my window watching me sleep. That's a feeling that I can't quite put into words. The entire time we're driving off, as long as I can see him, he doesn't move. He just watches. A million things are racing through my mind now. I was scared that there might have been multiple people waiting for us. I was trying to figure out if I should start beating on my horn or what. I decide all I want to do though is get out of there, more than anything. The second we finally got out of the park and was able to be on two roads, I drive past the tow truck driver doing at least 70 miles per hour. I run inside, quickly saying sorry to my parents and nothing more, run into my room, not sleeping for a single second that night. I was searching everywhere for what could have happened, escaped convicts, whatever, and I've come to the conclusion that I'm never going to know who was out there or what they were planning to do to me. I never told my parents this story either until years after, and it freaked them out when I told them it, even in my older age. I never went back to that park ever again, and I never will for as long as I live. Years ago, when I was still a teenager, my friend Justin and I would often go longboarding at night. As my friends and I are quite the night owls, we love the freedom of almost never seeing another soul on the roads or the paths we frequented. Even when using main roads, it would be very rare to see a car out so late in such a rural area. And you could see or hear them coming from very far away due to their headlights and the noise of the vehicle disrupting the peace. We were really into it at the time, and would often ride our boards for miles and miles, not seeing anyone until the sun was up. One particular night, we decided to ride a few miles away from our usual back roads to take one of our favourite hidden routes. It began with a narrow, paved path that was the only piece of land separating two sides of a long lake. It would often sink under due to rain, and we wanted to seize the opportunity to use it before it rained and went underwater again. It was roughly 2 miles long and extremely relaxing to ride through due to scenery. After making it to the end of the lake, we decided to keep moving and continue on our way and turn into a very close path that leads into a densely wooded area of a national park. As we came up to the first hill, we looked down at the bottom into the blackness. We both noticed what appeared to be a tiny ball of light moving down there. At first we think it's a park ranger, but it moves so strangely, and it was extremely difficult to make out what it is. Rather than shine our flashlights down, we curiously watched out for a few moments, whispering to each other what it could be. And all at once, that small light turned into multiple blinding lights and extremely loud revving sounds. Overwhelming our senses as we become accustomed to the darkness and silence. Acting purely on fear, we instantly turned around and ran as fast as we could, hearing yelling and revving gaining behind us. By sheer luck, we managed to run off the path into a very dark, very overgrown hole in the side of a hill overlooking where we just come from. We decided to hide in the natural dugout of this hill, hoping the plants and darkness would be enough to protect us from whatever was happening out there. We watched our pursuers ride out to where we originally were standing. There were 4 men, 2 on 4-wheelers, 2 on motorbikes, each other yelling something, but we can't make out what they're saying due to the distance. We felt safe enough to whisper softly to each other and speculate who these people could have been. Our first thought was that they might be park rangers of some kind, although we've never seen any in here, and we've been here a lot of times. And honestly, we doubted that this country had the budget for them this deep, unless they're on a big manhunt or something, which has happened in neighbouring states. Besides, these men are on vehicles that are inappropriate for paved bike trails. They're very angry too, and we don't know why. They call out for us for a while, yelling things like, "We know you're there, and we can see you, come out." We stay silent and decide to call on their bluffing instead of running. Eventually, I heard one of the men yell, "Find them now," and smash a bottle. That had erased any hope that they're rangers. We watched them split up, and each of them gone a different way down a series of paths on their vehicles, including the one that we've just come from. It took us what felt like ages to move. We're frozen in fear in that dugout, watching the lights from the vehicles travelling through the woods and paths. One of them already come in full circle and passing the point that we started on. I thought about calling for help, but I was too afraid. I was scared that the smallest amount of sound would give away our location. After waiting for the lights of the vehicles to reach our furthest distance yet, We finally summoned the nerve to get up and to run somewhere far enough away from them to make a call. We ran as hard and fast as we can through the woods, since their headlights gave their locations away on the paths. We would hide again whenever we felt like they're close. Our available hiding spots were getting progressively worse as the woodland became less dense, and the fear is overwhelming. Finally though, we emerged from the woods onto the intersection of the two main roads, far enough away from where we started. We ducked down into the ditch to call for help. I opened my phone. I noticed I had recent missed calls from one of our friends, Connor, who we're supposed to meet up with after our longboarding excursion. I called him and frantically asked where he is. Luck's with us again, and he hadn't given up on our plans despite us ignoring him. He's only a few miles away now, already heading in our direction. I gave him the names of two of the streets we're near. I explained that we need to be picked up immediately. He agrees to speed over to us while Justin and I were waiting and hiding. Thankfully, Connor arrived before any of them men did. We bolted into the back seat of his car, yelling for him to get out of there. He took off fast. Relief doesn't begin to explain how I felt after being safely driven home. After explaining everything that happened to Connor, we ended up just moving on with our night and decided not to call the police. We figured they'd be gone by the time any officer made it out there, and that we're putting ourselves at risk by admitting that we were breaking the law being out there. Justin and I later admitted to each other that when the Reverend started, we could see our minds going to Chainsaw Killer or something worse. Frustratingly enough, whatever them weird men saw that made them want to chase us so bad, we actually never saw, so they even had no reason to chase us. I never found out what they were actually doing or why they're so angry at us. I just know we're in a very dangerous situation, and to be honest, we're probably lucky to make it out of there alive. Me and my friend John loved to go for hikes in a national park that was a couple of hours drive away from where we lived. We'd often end up camping overnight. We'd always bring our camping gear in case we didn't make it back in time off the trail and it was dark. Now we usually did this in summer evenings. Oftentimes we'd never encounter anyone else except for the odd park ranger. It was normally nice to see them, and we'd have a good laugh for a little bit. I always respected park rangers and embraced them when I saw them. Now we set out on this one hike during one summer's evening 2 years ago. We're having a really good time. We're just talking about life. My friend's talking about not really liking his job much, and he's complaining about the hours and the work they have him do. He works in a hospital and really doesn't enjoy it, and I felt pretty bad for him. He's only starting and they're making him do all the dirty work pretty much. I wasn't too happy in my life either at the time. I had some big changes coming, and I was waiting on people, and I hate waiting. I really can't stand it. So we're talking about this for hours, and honestly, it's like a therapy session, and I really enjoy it. We keep walking and we're talking about the highs and lows of life, things that are coming, and things that we just want to see change. We're both saying it's surprising how that this time next year, we have no idea where we're going to be or what we're going to be doing. We're just putting the work in now. As we finish talking, we realise it's nightfall and there's already moonlight illuminating around us. I love moonlight, and we say, hey, how about we set up camp? John agrees. We walk further down, and just as we think we found a good camping spot, we see another tent further up. Now there's this horrible smell there, so we're sure that whoever this is has hunted an animal, and they've left it out there, which is kind of disgusting, but they might be skinning it, getting it ready to eat. My friend goes over to say hello, and just say that not to worry about us, we're going to move further away so he can have his own space. And what do you know? A park ranger appears. You can see his hat from a mile away. As we go over there, we realise that there's something not quite right about this ranger. We can't really tell what. He doesn't have a normal uniform on. Well, he has a hat at least, but he has a big coat on. It's not cold enough for a coat. He says very few words when he speaks to us. He just says, yeah, I'm just setting up camp. We're out looking for someone, and that we should leave. I end up talking to him for a little while, and a lot of what he's saying doesn't make sense, and I get this really weird vibe from him. Like he's looking at me, but he's not, and he's trying to look through me at the same time, if that makes sense. He says, are we armed? And we say, yeah, we've both got hunting rifles, but we got a permit. He asks to see it, and my buddy shows him his. He says, that's okay, you haven't got to get yours out to me. And then John says that we need to get moving and should probably set up camp. He says fine, and the second he turns around, my buddy John grabs me hard by the arm and starts walking really fast, guiding me. Now I'm confused because, well, we're out in the middle of nowhere in a national park. There's gonna be lots of places we can go and set up our camp. But there was something different about the way he grabbed me. It felt really urgent. I can't describe it. I don't need to know any more about the situation, and I should start to lightly jog with him. The second we're away from the camp, I turn back and I can see the ranger still watching us. He's standing in the exact same spot as before though, which is something I find very odd. The second that we get over this hill, John says run, and I don't question it, and we start sprinting as fast as we can back the way we've come. He starts telling me, I don't think that's a park ranger. I say, what? You're kidding me? He says, no, just run. And we run for miles and have to stop eventually to catch up with our breaths. He says, I don't think that was a dead animal we could smell, and that guy definitely wasn't a park ranger. I said, how'd you know? He's just wearing a coat. He said when he looked at our permits, he didn't even look. And then he said it was fine, and a park ranger would have to check both of us had permits, pretty much. I got a horrible sinking feeling in my stomach as I remember turning round and looking at the park ranger just standing there staring at us, and a lot of what he said didn't make sense. God, it all clicked now. We continued hiking into the morning and eventually make it back to our car. We drive immediately to the park ranger station, and the park rangers there say that nobody's out in that area and they're definitely not camping. Eventually, they sent out some people to go and investigate and got the police involved. It turned out that they suspect that this guy had murdered someone, and where we encountered him, he moved everything and hid the body. The police are still out there looking for it today. So, I worked as a camp counsellor during my college years. Now, several years before, stories of things like skinwalkers become culturally commonplace. Well, certainly before I'd heard of them. Now, one year, we had a night hike activity with story stations. My station had me by myself on a cliff that overlooks a river, and about halfway through the hike, I was generally the furthest from the other staff at any given time, but because I was in charge of the nature programs, I knew the woods like the back of my hand. I wasn't frightened in the least. Unless there was a recent rain, I could usually get to and from my station without a light. There was another activity where the kids would lead me blindfolded somewhere, and I would lead them back, still blindfolded. I know those woods and those trails. The program staff / storytellers would get a notice to turn off our radios before the first group started the trail. After that, it was dead silent in the dark woods until the first group got there. Since I was far enough, I would usually be 15 to 20 minutes before the first group come in. So one night I'm up there, waiting. at this steep cliff, and I hear about 2 feet behind me some kind of kid's voice, which sounds like it's about maybe 10 feet away now, saying my name, clear as day. Now it might not seem very strange to hear a kid saying your name at a camp, but think you're alone, and it's important here that we use nicknames for each other for safety reasons, and not a single child would actually know my first name. The staff did, but they were all at least 50 or 60 yards away, and this was very much a child's voice. It was also coming from what should have been mid-air. It scared me so bad that I had to leave my station and get closer to the next one so I could at least talk to her in the darkness. Over the course of the summer, almost all of the program staff had similar experiences during the night hikes, until finally we scrapped the activity because nobody wanted to be there alone without radios again. Now, let me preface this by explaining that I'm not claiming this was any particular phenomenon. I'm telling you exactly what happened as it happened. No exaggeration or lying of any kind onto what happened. Now, 20 years ago, my older brother and I, who was 19 and 15 at the time respectively, were working on a landscaping job in northern Arizona. So we had gotten off work at the site around 7 PM, hopped into the truck and started the 45-minute commute home. On my way back, there is a dirt road that leads about 20 miles into the desert. It's there mainly to take dirt bikes out or go four-wheeling, etc. But we would use it as it's a good spot to stop and just smoke. So we drive for a couple of miles and park in between these 2 hills that hide the truck and us pretty well. We've done this about 30 times up to that point, but never again. Now we stop and I commence a ritual. He was talking about something, but I wasn't really listening until I heard his voice change saying, "Did you hear that?" We both listen and hear a high-pitched, tiny sound for a split second, then suddenly silence. The desert is actually pretty loud at night. I remembered realizing that the sound is gone suddenly. As we sat there for maybe 5 seconds, my brother gasps and starts the truck and floors it. We go absolutely flying out of there, and I'm asking what happened, but he doesn't say anything. We hit the street, and the lights of a passing car show his face. He's pale and completely wide-eyed and mouth open. I got scared seeing him like this and just wondered what had happened. He finally stopped at a McDonald's parking lot and then we got into town. He starts crying. I pat him on the shoulder and say, "Are you okay?" Then he says, "Remember what, man? We're in the desert for like 5 minutes before you went flying out like a crazy person." He then starts sobbing. He said it had me and he couldn't do anything. He said it took me. At this point I started putting some things together. It was quiet out. No cars. Looked at one of those billboard clocks and saw it was 11:11 PM. My brother told me something had grabbed me through my passenger side window. He had went for his pistol when he suddenly realized he was frozen and couldn't move, and that he knew if he didn't move and get us out of there that we would die right then. He said he felt it in his heart to be true. He then said that he saw this thing which is very tall, thin with huge black eyes. He doesn't remember much else about it, just tall and thin with black eyes that are massive. He sat frozen in absolute terror for hours while the thing disappeared with me into the desert. Then, apparently, I suddenly appeared in the truck and he gunned it out of there. Over the years I've spoken to him about it twice and he hates the fact I mention it. Now, I'm not a forest or park ranger, but I hunt. Now, when I say hunt, I don't mean sit down in some tree stand. I mean, I'm the guy going out hunting by walking over the entire park with enough on my back to let me sleep at night sort of comfortably, but little enough that I'm not dragging my 150 pounds of yummy out of the woods. Alright, so I'm hunting a fairly large forest somewhere in the northeast corridor of the US, it's not uncommon to run into other people at the edges of the woods. It's fairly uncommon to run into people in the middle of the woods, however, even if it's during the hunting season, unless that is that you're on the trails, which I wasn't. It's decently common to run into ruins of buildings from the 1800s. I happened to be hunting a new valley I was pretty sure had a crossing on it to set the view. I'm basically sitting at the top of a very steep shell, which is actually on the side looking down into a valley with a creek running through it. Approaching this plateau, there's a knife edge that runs up and down the ridge, so it's difficult to get here unless you're extremely determined, drunk or foolish without actually walking up and down the edge. Getting up here creates quite a lot of noise too from stone sliding on stones, which means that I need to sit up here for an hour to let things settle back down after I made my ascent. It's really difficult, and I left my day pack at the bottom under a pine tree and only had a rifle, binoculars, water and an energy bar. I'm up here for about 3 hours, glassing this little area of a stream, looking for something to cross it, and see nothing but squirrels and the birds, and I finally decide to start glassing the opposite hill out of sheer boredom. I am 90% sure I chose a poor spot and wasted an afternoon looking at nothing. Such is hunting. It's got really interesting days, and it's got really boring days, and this is why it's called hunting and not shooting. Now when I'm screwing around with the binoculars focus, I catch something which almost looks like a person, if they were wearing dark clothes and approximately 4 feet tall. Now 99% of the time, day hikers just pass by without realizing I'm here even with the blaze orange requirements, or this person must have just pretended they didn't see me, but you'd be amazed how many times somebody has almost walked straight through my strand. Anyway, this person wasn't moving, which makes me start to think that I'm wrong. I'm just standing there, behind the cover of some low scrub brush and tree branches, and I would have missed it if it wasn't for the colour. I zoom out a bit and realise I'm not looking at a person, but it's actually a collapsed cabin. And I was looking at where the door would be, except it really looks like a person, and cabins aren't blue. I move the zoom back onto the door and I play with the focus for about 5 minutes, and I can't get the person to come back. In fact, the cabin door now has some light from the setting sun visible through the holes in the walls and roof. Whatever 4 foot tall thing I was looking at's moved. Teenagers, right? I thought to myself. Then I realised something else. I can still hear birds and squirrels and all the other things in the woods that would typically go quiet when they notice something, which means they haven't realised I'm here, but also that means that they didn't notice whatever was in the cabin door a short while ago. Now I'm doing my very best to stay as quiet as I can. I would have expected everything in the woods to have gone for cover with a teenager crashing through the brush, but the noise almost made the situation worse. There was stuff moving in the brush now. The problem was the stuff was moving around in the brush. I started to think that maybe it's a trick of the light, since the sun is setting, and it was getting to the part of the day when the tree stumps look like this. I knew I would have to move soon and figured I might as well pack it up since I still had to get down off that shell and back to the pine tree where I had planned to throw a tarp and sleep. At this time, I realised it wasn't dark per se, but it was overcast now. Again, the creepy experience isn't that there's something obviously wrong, it's that everything is so completely normal from what I expected where I was alone. About this time, a fog rolled into the valley, with the combination of overcast weather conditions, sunset, and a ground fog coming up in the wet. There was low valley which had signalled it was time to leave. I checked my safety, put the caps on my glass and reached up to take down my orange flag. The moment I grabbed the flag, dread come over me. That's the only way I can describe it. The woods went from animals going home to sleep to full on, you're in a bad situation here. The movement had attracted what I can only describe as 1,000 invisible eyes, which all turned in unison to notice me. Ever wonder what a deer in headlights feels like? This is it. Then I hear children. I heard children laughing. Not teenagers, not adults, not women, but full-on 5-year-olds laughing like they caught a firefly. I had hiked in 5 miles from the previous day through the woods and put down 2 more today. When I woke up to get to this spot, I distinctly heard children laughing during what I can only describe as the creepiest moment of my life, knowing I'm completely unoccupied having standed there for at least 4 hours or so. I'm pretty sure my feet only touched the shell 3 times getting down from the knife edge, and so it made a ton of noise in doing so. At this point I really don't care. I grabbed my pack and flashlight and absolutely full on brucked it to the next hilltop. I killed my light halfway up the hill, then went to the top of the hill where I threw down the tarp and unrolled my foam, and there I sat all night watching the hill I come from. Now deep in the backwoods, in the backcountry of Montana, my mum was basically hiking up a mountain to get a crystal dig site. She got separated from her group near the end of the trail and was the first to reach the top of the mountain. As she stood on the trail, she saw what she described as a 4-foot by 6-foot black piece of silk whipping through the trees, hovering about 8 feet from the ground. She was startled but not afraid, and she sensed that the thing was aware of her presence and was moving as quickly as it could away from her. She said it was like an Ewok moving from Star Wars. This occurred in 2017, and ever since my mum has posted countless places online asking has anybody else ever seen this, and nobody else seems to have. So I'm a park warden. I basically spend most of my shifts alone, working 5:30 to 2:30 AM in the Canadian wilderness. We have around 300 or so campsites, and a handful of beaches and the infrastructure that goes with them like showers, etc. It just happens that my park is closed for the winter, which are standard in Canada. There can be feet upon feet of snow and blistering cold, so there's no staff in the park from mid-October to early April. Years ago, a man unfortunately decided to end it all by the river on one of the beaches in November, and nobody actually found him until spring melt. This beach is at the farthest northern point of the park and is pretty isolated, but as it has a beach, it requires at least 1 patrol an evening. I was just down in the showers at that Pacific beach around 7 PM on a very overcast day, so no sun to create shadows. I was checking the supplies in the first aid kit and signing off on fire extinguishers. The weather was blah, so there's no campers out or patrols anywhere near the beach, and the parking lot was empty except for my cruiser. All of a sudden, a feeling of intense panic washed over me and I booked it to the cruiser. I get in and slam the door, and a few breaths in and wait for the feeling to pass. After a minute or two, I get back to business, but this time I'm doing so in my locked car. Now by this time, I start filling out blinders and work logs, and suddenly, a huge dark shape moves across my driver's side window, and I scream and jump back. My immediate thought was that somebody had been lurking and was about to try and open the door. Sure enough, I open the door and it's empty, not a soul around. You can bet to God that I left any and all future maintenance tasks in that neck of the park to be done by the day shift. I floored it out of there. Now maybe it's not the scariest or most shocking story that I've shared, but it really rattled me to the core, and I know I saw something that day, and it still shakes me even now. Now this story really happened over 20 years ago, back when I was 16. During this time, I lived with my mum and stepdad in a remote area 70 miles west of Las Vegas, Nevada. I had gone out to visit my friends, being allowed to drive over on my own for the first time ever. I had a lovely time watching a movie and getting food together until it was time for me to head home. The curfew I was given was 10 PM, but if I was running late for any reason whatsoever, then I had to phone and call my parents, but I would need to find a payphone to do so. That night wrapped around me and my 71 Chevy pickup, as there was no street lights or any houses for most of the way home. As I pulled up to the first of two stop signs, I could see an older sedan stopped with its hazards on. I pulled up behind it and waited as a man in his 30s to 40s started walking towards me from the driver's side. Even at this point, I didn't have any alarm bells going off. Being in the middle of the Mojave Desert, providing some assistance or anything to stranded people was pretty common. Now, people rapidly go into severe problems by not having enough water when a vehicle breaks down and not realizing that it's a desert, and people die wandering deliriously away from the highway for help. Anyhow, I rolled down my window, and as he come abreast of my door, I could smell the liquor on him. I could then see another man in the passenger seat, as this was before anybody I knew had cell phones, and the nearest payphone was a good 10 minutes drive ahead, and I didn't have a way to call the cops on a drunk driver immediately. The man explained that his car stalled and said, "Can I help him out?" I said to him, "Is it a stick shift?" Which it was, so I said, was he familiar with push starting? He said yes, so I agreed to, gently as I could, push the car with my truck while the engine tries to tick over. For anyone that isn't familiar, this is a way to start a manual car that's having battery or starter issues. I knew my truck would be fine, and I didn't feel like it would be wise to get out and try and push the car physically. Pushing the car worked without a hitch, but here's where things started going south. They get out and thank me. They then invite me to hang out and have some fun with them, but I decline. They pull off to the side of the road and I continue on my way. Only then they begin following. So here I am. It's 09:50. I'm running late because I stopped to help them. Admittedly, I hadn't given myself much leeway from leaving my friends to begin with. Then these drunk, creepy older guys started following me on a road without any man-made lights except for car headlights, and I'm at least 10 minutes from a payphone. I started to think to myself, maybe I'm being paranoid, so I turned down a road that I know gave me a couple turn-offs to either head back to town or loop around to the gas station with a payphone. The car follows behind me. I'm thinking, God, so I take another turn that only leads to a couple of houses at the end of the road, and they turn behind me. I take another turn to loop back around and head to the station, and they follow again, so at least I know they are following me and not just heading home. At this point, my heart's pounding. I decide to try and lose them. I pull the car to the side of the road, and I see them pull up behind me. I wait as the driver gets out of the car and begins walking towards me. His companion also gets out and starts walking towards me. I wait until they almost get to my tailgate and floor it. My wheels dig into the rock and a puff dirt comes up behind me, which is basically a cloud. With the lead way, I'm heading towards a gas station. The gas station is deserted, but the payphone is showering the lights from the gas pumps. I call home and explain what had happened and why I was running late. My stepdad then said speak to the worker there and try and get directions back. And luckily they gave me some directions and I made it home okay that night. Now, I'm not really a park ranger, but an environmental educator at a nature preserve, so I spend a lot of time outdoors, and it's something I've done often in isolated areas. There's one particular area at the park that I try not to take the group of kids anymore. Now, once in a while we have to go through that trail since it's a shortcut to the kayak launch, and when it's about 95 degrees out, you're ready for anything to make your trip shorter. When I started there, one of the first things that I did was familiarize myself with all the areas of preserve. So I spent a lot of time hiking through all of the trails, even the rarely used ones, since I have to know my way around to navigate groups or go rescue someone if they get lost, which happens. Now, one part of the preserve is an old homestead site of a now abandoned pineapple plantation. It was settled in the 1890s. We don't know much about the family beyond the name and the approximate year they settled there, and the approximate year the homestead was abandoned. Now, this is in southern Florida, and there are thousands of similarly abandoned homestead sites. The early settlers of that area had to be tough as nails. This was pre-railroad area, and the nearest town was about 5 miles through what would have been wilderness at the time with no real roads. So these guys are on their own in a land absolutely bursting with mosquitoes, panthers, bears, and bad water. Water table is high and fresh water can easily be contaminated by salt water nearby. In other words, the early homesteaders were pretty tough because that's the only way they'd survive. There is a narrow trail though that was once a homestead site. Now, on one of my first days, I decided to trek through there. I got about half a mile in when I start to get weird vibes. Now, I've always been relatively sensitive to my surroundings and kind of have a good touch if something's off really. I guess it's something you just develop in time of being out in the woods and whatnot, or isolated areas, but if something's not right, it probably means that your instincts are picking up on something you should pay attention to. Usually this means your brain is picking up on minute movements on the ground that indicate an unfriendly snake may be nearby or another animal that you don't want to confront. While the panthers are nearly gone, we've got aggressive wild boars and bobcats that freely roam. So I stopped dead in my tracks and let my mind go quiet, looking around carefully for any warning signs, and there aren't any. And I didn't see any recent tracks, but the bad vibe feeling was still there, and I shrugged it off and kept going. The trail was beginning to get narrower, and the bad vibes kept growing in my gut. I felt I was being watched and followed. Now, this is an isolated area, so the possibility that a person was following me is remote, but possible. I stopped every few meters, but there was no sounds. Actually, none at all, not even birds. I start to sweat and my heart starts to race. One thought that kept echoing in my mind: you are not welcome here. Turn around and go. Well, I thought, just getting jittery from my nerves. I thought I might come to a bend and the trail could stop. Now, this is almost what happened when I felt this. My feet would go no further. In my mind, the phrase got louder and louder that I'm not welcome here. I then hear a crash behind me, but when I turn to investigate, there's no one there. No animal, human, nothing. The vegetation was sparse enough that I would have been able to see something, so I turned around and left. I put it down to nerves or me being a wimp or something and sort of forgot about it. About a month later, I'm taking a campground through the kayak launch where our kayaks are. I decided to take the kids through the narrow trail to save us about 10 minutes. We get to the same bend of trail and the kids have gone silent. These are 9-year-olds in summer camp. They are not silent, they're never silent. I look behind me to one kid who looks as though he's scared, terrified. I don't like it here. Why not? He looked at me and said, we shouldn't be here. Now, I couldn't turn around at this point, so we hustled to the kayak launch and all was well, but we're a little on edge. I took another group through the trail a week later, and again, the kids are silent at that bend in the trail. For that whole summer, whoever I took to the shortcut would go silent and get the bad vibes. Now, I try not to go down that stretch of trail anymore if I can help it. Obviously, this is nothing more than a gut feeling, but It's not a lonely one, it's shared by many others who have no idea about things here. Now I don't know if it's the spirit of whatever homestead was there, but it's hard to describe and there's definitely something wrong there. I really can't explain this. I only worked as a park ranger for 1 year, but I had an experience I'd like to share. I was on patrol one day, just doing my usual business not too far away from the ranger station. I'd only been doing the job for about 3 months, so really not too long, and everything was completely normal. Now, usually weird things can happen to me, but never really anything that I couldn't explain, so I felt fairly confident during this time. I had a couple of weird things to deal with, like people that thought they were missing and stuff, but it was basically just hikers that had got lost and I had no issue helping them back. One of the big dangers while you're in a park like this one, a national park, is you can get dehydrated very easily and not really realise it, so it's important that you always have water, and I always had water with me. The only annoying thing that ever really happened was I managed to burst my camel pack and it leaked all down my back. At the time I was terrified because I thought I was bleeding, but this was a different story and not what happened on one particular day. So I'm on my patrol like normal and I feel fairly confident. I haven't done the job for too long, but I seem to be picking up lots of different things, and all of the other rangers at work here are very helpful and friendly. Now I have to patrol a certain area and I get to the first checkpoint. When I get to the checkpoint, I can hear music playing. It sounds very faint, but I check my phone quickly, to which makes me realise that there's nothing playing from my phone. I quickly feel around in my other pockets thinking maybe I've got someone else's phone by mistake, but there's nothing. I then throw the pack on the ground and I realise it's not coming from me, so that raises the next question: where is it coming from? I remain still for a moment and I can hear an old music box being played. Now it's really weird. It sounds relatively powerful but kind of far away, but I really can't tell the direction. This is really bizarre and like nothing I've ever experienced before. I managed to convince myself that maybe somebody had left one out here and I should try and find it. I managed to eventually coordinate roughly where the sound should be coming from, and it's in the direction I need to go regardless, so I head off. While I'm walking, I realise that something just feels different now. Not like I'm in danger, but almost like I am out of my body, if that makes sense, like I've gone into autopilot. I walk for a good 5 minutes and realise that the sound hasn't stopped. It's really strange. I look up and I can see some kind of strange white light just coming through the tree line up where I think the sound is coming from. It's weird because it kind of looks like sunlight but too bright and white to be that, and it's actually hurting my eyes. Now it's strange because this seems to move off, completely unnatural to sunlight or other things that should be here, and I knew it was real because it was so bright that it kind of left the trail in my vision as like a green colour. You know, if you ever catch a reflection or laser in your eye, it kind of burns for a few seconds, just like that. So I was certain something was there. So I continue after whatever this was. Now the sound continues and continues, and I don't ever seem to get closer to it. I literally took off half my clothes at one point just to check there wasn't anything on me, because that would be absolutely hilarious if it was on me, but there wasn't anything. And the sound seems to vanish and all is normal. So I ended up finishing my shift for the rest of the day and heading into the cabins where I was actually sleeping. Now I managed to forget about what I heard that day. However, halfway through the night, I hear that same sound again. Convinced I was dreaming, I rub my eyes, and then the adrenaline hits me and wakes me up. That wasn't coming from my head. There was the sound again. I quickly get up and run to the window, just in time to see some kind of light just off in the porch. It's really bizarre. Nothing should be around now, and we don't have any lights on where we're sleeping. Thinking maybe it's one of the other rangers, I quickly go over to the radio and wake up my buddy in the next one over. I say, "Did you see that?" My buddy's very confused, and from the tone of his voice I can tell that he's just woken up, and I say, "Give me 1 minute," and I go outside. As I go outside, I can't believe what I see. There's a very small, ancient looking music box just sitting on the porch, still playing its song, just like before. Now, confused out of my mind, and probably just being relatively delirious from waking up, I go off to investigate what the light is, which I know is very stupid. I look around and I can't seem to find anything, and then I can see it again, just illuminating some of the trees, moving at a slow pace, and I follow after it. Now when I sprint after this thing, it doesn't pick up pace, it just seems to be at the exact same speed and distance to me. It's really hard to explain, but it's weird. I thought maybe it was some kind of hiker out of their mind that was playing tricks on me, but every time I seem to get closer to this thing, it just kind of vanishes through the trees, and what's really bizarre is the way it moves. It doesn't make sense how it kind of drifts through the trees. Now my common sense kicks in. The next thing I realise is that I have to turn around and immediately start sprinting in the opposite direction. After about a good 4.5 minutes of running, I make it back and my other ranger friend is there with a coffee. He says, "What were you doing?" I explain what happened and he looks at me very confused. I then point off in the distance and he goes very pale. I say what's wrong and he says, "Do you see that light?" I say, "Yeah, I just chased it." He said, "I've seen this before," and he quickly goes inside and tells me to follow. He slams the door behind and turns on all the lights in his cabin. He then tells me that he's seen this light before, and he says to me, "Did you hear the music?" At this point, the penny dropped and I feel very scared. I say, "Yeah, I did, that's why I investigated. I thought you put the music box out there." He then looks at me and says, "No, of course I didn't, I was asleep." And now the fear takes over. He then tells me that he's seen the exact same thing 2 or 3 times before over the last 6 months and he still has no idea what it was. We then realise that the music box should still be outside, and we quickly open the door and head out again to investigate. We look to the exact spot where it was before, and it's not there. I say, no, this can't be possible, it was literally right there on the porch. And my friend looks at me and says, "Don't worry." I start frantically looking around and I can't find it anywhere, and my friend can't either. We ended up staying up for another 2 hours just trying to find this box thing, but we can't find it, and there's no more music. We both looked off into the woods and we can't see any more light now. We decided that we should just stay in one person's cabin for safety reasons, and we start sharing ideas of what this thing could have been. I'd hate to admit it, but I kind of think it was some kind of alien, I tell my friend, and he's leaning more towards the fact it could be something more normal, but it doesn't make sense. There's no reason that it should have been so bright, or bright enough to have hurt my eyes, but why would it have been playing the music box? It doesn't really make sense. Neither of us can account for where that music box gone, and we decided it couldn't have possibly been anybody else because we're the only guys out here, and of course we would have seen or heard them, but how could anybody be this far out? How would they have possibly known their way around the tall trees, and how could they have moved so quickly without disturbing any of the ground? That's the weirdest part for me. I don't know whether somebody or a group of people followed me out there and they had some kind of really bright lantern or something, but it just doesn't make sense to me. The entire situation was just off, and that night is actually what made me change careers. Mind you, I couldn't do it as quick as I wanted. I still had about another 10 months left in the tank before I was able to actually leave, but I requested to leave that area and thankfully it was granted. I never did go back to those cabins, and I never really spoke to that friend much afterwards, so I don't know what else happened. One thing I do know is that there's something out there in those woods that shouldn't be there, and for as long as I live, I'm never gonna forget that song and that light that burnt my eyes. At about 8 PM last night, I was walking with a friend of mine, Sally, about a mile to the closest cafe. We're both girls in our late 20s, neither of us drive. Sally didn't have her Opal card, which is the Australian version of an Oyster card. So walking, that's our only option. It's summer over here, so it was fairly well lit, and we're both walking down the main roads and not too concerned. When we finally arrive at this cafe and sit down, now I was paying with my credit card, and sure enough, it was cash only. Sally was on the phone when I got back from the counter, so I just gestured her to stay put and guard while I went to get the cash out. This is my home suburb, so I know there's ATMs around, and my best bet is a gas station about a block away. Now I'm doing a light jog so I don't keep Sally waiting, when a balding sweaty guy, probably in his late 40s with a tank top and no shoes, comes facing behind me as I pass the corner of the block. He walked for about 100 meters. I really don't think much of it. The gas station was the next building along, and it seemed like he'd just come out of a nice suburban house along the street, and it's not the witching hour, so I just assume he's going to the gas station as I am. He didn't even cross my mind as I entered this tiny convenience store, nor did he follow me in. In my peripheral vision, I saw him walk past the door and out of sight. I look around for an ATM that they have inside sometimes. No luck. So I go up to this man in his late 30s, at the desk, reluctantly asking if they do a cash out. He smiles and says of course, saying who's with you. I have no idea who he's talking about at first, but he then points to the man from earlier, pacing around outside the store. Keep in mind, he didn't look at all menacing. He wasn't going back and forth just outside the door. He was just drifting in space outside, from the pavement to the gas pumps to the storefront, seemingly aimlessly. Maybe he's on drugs. I tell the clerk no, not thinking much of it, and he says, he was staring at you before, and I thought maybe he's your father. I laugh it off. I wasn't concerned at all. He was still ambling around outside. I couldn't imagine him having a fixed gaze on anything. I thank the clerk for the cash, but before I turn away he says, just wait and see if he leaves. We wait for a few minutes in silence, and the guy begins to pace back and forth directly against the front wall of the store, looking straight ahead, but never in. It still looked like the man was just a drug addict, and seemed harmless. Not once did I catch his gaze, so I figure it's safe to slip out, where it's starting to become dusk and kind of bright. Sally was texting me, where are you? I thank the guy at the desk again for his concern, assure him that I don't know the guy and am not involved in some weird scheme to rob the store. The clerk asks if I want him to walk out with me. I say that it should be alright, and begin walking away from the block. As I leave the store though, the drifting man stops pacing and makes a beeline for me from the other end of the building. I seriously don't think much of the guy at all up until this point. But now, he's powering towards me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I start to power walk so he doesn't think I'm actively trying to escape him. Still trying to convince myself that I'm being paranoid and should be more casual. I don't look behind me to see how close he is. I've reached the pavement on the other side of the gas pumps when I hear the clerk outside. He's yelling at me, "Run!" I make a break for it, looking over my shoulder. He grabbed the man from behind. The balding man isn't even glancing behind him or trying to escape. He's literally just staring at me, running away with this death stare. I kept running until I crossed the road and then turned around, but still standing. The clerk is holding on to the man. The clerk and I are just looking at each other in pure bewilderment, not really knowing what to do. He makes a hand gesture to go and I wave thanks. I go back to Sally and we rush home a complete different way. It's a really weird experience. I'm just thankful that the gas station worker was so kind and caring. When I was younger, I worked at a gas station as an attendant. I was really hoping to do a good job to impress my supervisors, but I had a few things go wrong what made him lose faith in me. One of the scariest moments was a crazy local drove down by the station, hid in the bushes, and literally started shooting the pumps. My boss is convinced he's aiming for me, but it seemed like I was an unintended target, that he was actually trying to shoot the supplies. Paint cans and oil cans suffer the most damage. I can't figure out why on earth he was trying to do this. He is a real nutcase. I was lucky that the whole thing didn't blow up that day. Freaking crazy. This happened about 6 months ago, and it's really been bugging me since. This will be long, but I must set the scene. So my family has a cabin we've had since the 60s, and I've been going there my entire life throughout the years. It's nestled in a little town of less than 2,000, surrounded in vast forest and farmland. You see cows everywhere and stray dogs that let you stroke them. You'll maybe see 30 people in a day if you go into the little town and shops around. Definition of a small country town for sure. Since I spent my entire life there, I know pretty much everyone. All my family knows everyone. Men dressed in western clothes with big jeans and old flannel shirts and belts with big buckles. Women dressed in jeans and tank tops with country factory logos on them. They're all nice enough and keep to themselves. So I'm driving up there one night to meet my parents since they had been gone the night previously to open the cabin for spring. My boyfriend has also flown in so he can finally meet my family up there. I'd been driving until it got dark. About a 2-hour and 10-minute drive from my house, and he had been taken over driving from around 10. There's a little national park close by, about 15 miles of total land. Since I'd fallen asleep and couldn't give directions, he decided to log the address into the GPS. It took him through the back way through the park that I never drive through. So when he woke me up to ask me where the next turn is since the GPS said he couldn't go either way, it took me a minute to figure out where the hell are we. There were no lights anywhere, and we're the only car for about 15 miles. There's long forest with tall giant trees on either side of the road, with a lonely deer or two in the woods to keep us company. I mentioned switching drivers because I remembered that road, which would lead directly into the intersection that would go through a small community up to the mountain by my cabin. But it was prime. Leave a tow baby on the side of the road and kidnap someone when they check it out territory. It was dark enough that the forest was thick enough that we joked some cult members are probably there. Hell, maybe they are. Needless to say, we decided stopping isn't a good idea. We eventually passed through a small clearing/intersection with a dinky concrete building on the side of the road with one light on, and a car pulled in the slanted gravel ground. My boyfriend drives forward. He then sees that there's two people there. My gut immediately twisted, and I start to feel sick. Sick enough to feel ice cold sweat running through my hair, and my veins now are pumping through to my stomach. You never see people at night here, and it's two teen boys in fact, wearing nice clothes. Nike shorts and obnoxiously coloured sport workout clothing, aka very out of place, like something's wrong. They see us coming and walk away from what appears to be an old beat up car, probably from the 1960s, and it's important to note that this was completely gone of any paint and rusting. They smile at us and wave. I don't have a clue who these people are, and I'm starting to hear noises around us. I knew a gas station was right up the road from us. They could have just walked from there, but there's no lights up the road and no reason to be here. The building around us is abandoned, but there's a light on the wall. I'm starting to think these are in on it. They walk out onto the road, almost blocking my boyfriend from going forward, who had to slow down continuously not to hit them. Suddenly the light goes out in the building. They constantly wave their arms and smile at us, saying something that we can't hear. We think about stopping but decide it's stupid to. My boyfriend quickly drove around them, slamming on the gas, trying to calm me down since the whole scene scares the life out of me. Images of getting out of the car and something stranger or worse happening flew through my head. I look behind us and they're suddenly angry, staring at us, not moving an inch, and the light flickers on in the background in the building. Who are those kids? Why were they wearing city clothes? They looked too young to be driving. I know it wasn't their car. And who was in the building? We finally made it out and found the intersection we wanted that led to the familiar gas station, and he didn't hesitate when I said I need to drive next. About 10 or so minutes later we get to the cabin and explain what happened, and my parents are terrified. God knows what would have happened if we had stopped and actually got out. I don't like to think of it. A little over a year ago, I worked at a gas station. It was one of those 24/7 ones with a mini mart inside of it, and I worked the evening shift. Now, I saw and dealt with a lot of messed up things in that store, which just led me to roll my eyes when people were doing or saying creepy stuff. Hell, if I had $1 for every time I was threatened with death, I'd be retired now. So one night, I was out in the store restocking shelves when one of the regulars came in and started talking to me. He was a full-blown druggie. He would have been in his 50s, and he was tweaking while sitting on me. By this point, I'm used to weird stuff and ignore it. He said some messed up things to me though, something about what he wanted to do with me. I zoned in and out of what he was saying. It wasn't uncommon for him to ramble about weird acts and other gross things. I tell him that I have to get back behind the counter because my co-worker needs me to make coffee for a customer. He was a bit irritated but said that he would talk to me later and left the shop. After making coffee, I had to restock drinks, but the day team hadn't emptied the trolleys of boxes, so I took out the boxes to the big bin. The bin is located on another side of the store, but there's no cameras, so people inside the store can't see you there. That used to make me nervous, but I had been there longer than some of the people who had come through, and was used to the environment. As I was throwing the boxes in the bin, the tweaking guy from before comes up to me, grabs my arm. I tried to play it off like he's goofing around and laugh and say something like, "Hey, I know you like me, but you can't do that. My husband's gonna get mad." Sounds like I wasn't trying much, but with people like him, it was best to remain friendly. The last time someone was more firm, he got knocked out by a right hook, and I was a lucky girl who got to witness it and call the police. He then gets angry and says, "I told you I was gonna have my way with you." Now, I've stopped smiling and I'm scared. He shoves me against the bin and goes to unbuckle his belt when glass smashed. One of my favourite customers was across the road at a pub and saw him go straight for me, knowing his reputation, knowing something bad was happening. And when he saw what was going on, he smashes a bottle over his head. Cops were called and I don't see him again. As for the guy who saved me, I'd given him free coffee for a month. I refused outright to take out the boxes now. I'm just glad I got off okay and was saved that day. Probably the weirdest thing that happened to me in my life was when I was driving to a gas station one night. Now, I was on a very long road trip at the time, heading from college to home. I literally had to drive hundreds of miles, and I'm in the middle of the backwoods, not seeing cars or buildings for miles. I'm starting to get worried because of how low my gas is running. I'm really thinking that I'm gonna have to tent it out here in the middle of the night or something, the last thing that I want to be doing. And hey, did I forget to mention that I'm terrified of the woods? Just as I'm thinking this, I decide to switch on the radio to try and calm my nerves. Even worse, they're playing ABBA songs. I really don't like ABBA songs, and I continue going. Luckily for me though, I've got the moonlight to help guide me, even though that my headlights aren't doing much to penetrate the woods. We're now entering the dangerously low gas territory, and I'm worried. But lo and behold, what do I see? An old gas station up ahead. Ah, thank God, I think to myself. I was getting worried there. I pull into the gas station and stop for a second before getting out. I have a really weird feeling. I know it's quiet where I'm driving, but it's just far too quiet up here. I look around and don't see anyone. There's no one near the counter either, and it looks abandoned almost. I then hear a voice on the intercom. "Yeah, just go pump your gas, we'll help you in a minute," in a horrible raspy old voice. Now the very second that I go to unlock my door, all of the lights shut off. I know it's not a power outage either, but I can still hear the sounds of the intercom not being turned off fully. Needless to say, I turn my engine key. I'm shaking so much I can't even put it into gear. Not to worry, adrenaline takes over, and I speed up to 60 like I've never drove so quick in my life, and don't bother looking back. As I've been driving for about half a minute, I can see lights in the distance behind me. I'm scared to look. Turns out, all of the lights are on again in the gas station. I have no idea what happened that day, or what they were planning to do with me. Things I do know for a fact though is that they purposely turned off the lights and were purposely waiting for someone to come there. And I also know that there was no help or way to find me if anything happened out there.